Oh, you're muted.
Just a moment and we'll be going live.
Okay.
Should be live at this point.
Okay, thank you. Hey, good morning. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology for the purposes of considering the nomination by the governor of Andrew Butcher of Portland for appointment as, William Harwood as appointment as the public advocate. Under the laws and the joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by a majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee recommendations to the Senate President. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor and or her representative and the nominee and other persons present who wish to speak before or against this nomination. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they have been called upon by the person presiding to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. I'll start off by asking members of the committee to introduce themselves, and I'll turn first to my co-chair, Representative Berry.
Good morning, everyone. Great to be with you. My name is Seth Berry, and I represent House District 55, which is Bowdoin, Bowdenham, almost all of Richmond, and beautiful Swan Island on the Kennebec.
We'll go next to Representative Carlo.
Good morning. I'm State Representative Nathan Carlo. I have the privilege of representing the people of House District 16, which includes the towns of Buxton, Hollis, and Saco.
And next to Representative Sachs.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melanie Sachs. I'm proud to represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of Pownell.
Representative Foster.
Yes, good morning. It's a nice, bright, sunny morning. My name is Steve Foster, representing District 104, which includes the towns of Dexter, Garland, Stetson, Exeter, and Charleston.
Senator Vitelli. You need to unmute, Senator. Still can't hear you. My screen says you're still muted. And you're breaking up.
Barely.
You're very much breaking up.
Still choppy.
Still choppy. Why don't I introduce you, Senator Vitelli? And then we'll proceed from there. That is Senator Eloise Vitelli. And next we'll go on to Representative Chris Kessler.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see you again. Good to be back in committee. My name is Chris Kessler. I represent District 32, which is the best part of South Portland and a little smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
And then we'll go on to the House Republican lead, Representative Nate Wadsworth.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Nathan Wadsworth, and I represent House District 70, Southern Oxford County.
Great. So we have a quorum present, and we're going to proceed with the public hearing. Pursuant to Title 3, Section 157 of the Maine revised statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Berry for the purposes of making such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee recommend nomination of Mr. William Harwood of Yarmouth for public advocate.
Thank you. A copy of the requirements for this position is available online at our page on the legislative website and is also available in the committee room. The chair now recognizes, oops, have you brought the governor's representative over yet, please? Jason?
He should be right over.
Okay, thank you. The chair now recognizes the director of the Governor's Energy Office, Dan Burgess, for the purposes of, excuse me, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Dan Burgess, and I'm the director of the Governor's Energy Office, and I am honored to be here to present William S. Harwood, Esquire of Yarmouth, as Governor Mills' nominee to be Maine's next public advocate. As you know, the Office of the Public Advocate, or OPA, represents the interests of Maine's utility customers, advocating for rates, services, and practices to benefit utility consumers in regulatory and court proceedings. This work primarily takes place in proceedings before the Maine Public Utilities Commission, but also includes cases before the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and the Federal Communications Commission, as well as providing testimony before this committee. Mr. Harwood is being nominated to this important role because of his more than 40 years of legal experience in energy. And as you will hear, his breadth of experience is unparalleled in Maine's energy legal community. And as such, he has received national recognition for this work. Mr. Harwood has a Bachelor of Arts from Harvard University and earned his JD from Fordham University School of Law. He practiced law in Maine for more than 4 decades at Dana, where he specialized in energy matters related to the regulation of utilities that provide electricity and natural gas, as well as telecommunications and water. This has included cases before state and federal regulators in matters of rate setting, management audits, merger approvals, and rulemaking proceedings. Work has also included work before the PUC, FERC, and appeals before the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. In his practice, he has also advised a wide variety of clients, including energy developers, competitive electricity providers, higher education entities, and landowners, to name a few. He's also done significant work on telecommunications as well as water utility issues. Mr. Harwood has counseled several low-income clients during his tenure and served actually as the coordinator of pro bono work for Dana during his tenure there. He's been recognized with numerous awards, including the Edmund Muskie Access to Justice Award, the Roger Putnam Community Service Award, and Maine Bar Foundation and the American Bar Association's Pro Bono Publico Awards, respectively. He has published several articles related to utility regulation and has presented on a variety of energy topics, both in Maine and nationally. And further, he has been a pillar in the Maine community, serving as a trustee of multiple community organizations and Jackson Laboratory. Over the past decade, he has also taught at the University of Maine School of Law. Finally, I have personally had the pleasure of working alongside Mr. Harwood in recent months as he served as the Senior Advisor for Regulatory Affairs in the Governor's Energy Office. In a short time, I've really witnessed firsthand the breadth of Mr. Harwood's experience, his ability to work collaboratively and lead on complex issues, as well as his commitment to do what is best for Maine. His wise counsel has been invaluable to me and the GEO, and I look forward to working with him as Maine's next public advocate should he be confirmed. Mr. Harwood has proven that he has the necessary experience to lead the OPA to achieve its mission. He has spent his career working on complex policy and legal challenges and has the experience necessary to work on these issues with a wide variety of stakeholders to effectively lead the office that represents Maine's consumers. We're at a period of significant transformation, and people must have full confidence in the services provided by their public utilities. And it's vital that we have a public advocate that understands these challenges and can lead the organization to meet them. Mr. Harwood is an experienced leader who will do just that. Thank you for your consideration of Attorney William S. Harwood of Yarmouth as Governor Mills' nominee to be confirmed as Maine's next public advocate. I'd be happy to answer any questions pertaining to the nomination at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Burgess. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. The chair now recognizes William Harwood for the purposes of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is William Harwood, and I'm a resident of Yarmouth. I am both humbled and honored to be nominated by Governor Mills to be the next public advocate. Before I take your questions, I'd like to take a few minutes to share some of my professional background and also my vision for the office of public advocate. After passing the Maine bar in 1979, I practiced law at Ferraldana for over 40 years. During that time, in addition to raising 5 children, I concentrated my practice on energy and utilities work. Issues related to the regulation of providers of electricity, natural gas, telecommunications, and water. Throughout my career, I appeared regularly before the Maine PUC and on appeals before the Maine Supreme Judicial Court, representing utilities, renewable energy developers, competitive electricity providers, government entities, and utility customers, including universities, paper mills, technology companies, and real estate developers. I also represented entities including blueberry growers, nursing homes, and other landowners in negotiations with renewable energy developers over the siting and sharing of benefits of new solar projects located on my clients' land or at their facilities. My clients included developers of high-pressure natural gas pipelines and high-voltage electric transmission lines, seeking permits and approvals for those projects. I represented paper mills, hydro developers, energy marketers, and a consortium of New England electric utilities in several formal private arbitration proceedings arising out of disputes over energy issues. And I served as the formal arbitrator in a dispute between several New Hampshire and Vermont utilities. I was counsel to a gas marketer in a dispute with local gas companies before the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities and on appeal before the Massachusetts Supreme Court. I've practiced before the New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Vermont commissions, and I've appeared numerous times before the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, including on behalf of New Brunswick Power in a dispute over access to U.S. transmission lines, hydro operators in disputes over relicensing of Maine hydro facilities, and an environmental advocacy group in a dispute over headwater benefits. In addition, I did significant work in the 1980s and 90s on telecommunications issues, especially representing cellular companies in the early years of the cellular industry, including appearing before Maine Superior Court in litigation over the siting of cellular towers, in disputes with incumbent landline telephone companies over line access and interconnection fees, and I served as an expert witness on utility law in a major telephone bankruptcy case before the U.S. Bankruptcy Court in New York City. Throughout my career, I've been involved in many water utility issues, including representing customers in disputes over water charges, disputes over protecting sources of supply, eminent domain cases, and disputes over access to water supplies. Over the past 15 years, I've taught several courses at the University of Maine School of Law, including courses on utility regulation and administrative law. Spoken frequently at utility and energy conferences and published articles on utility regulation in industry trade journals. And I'm particularly proud that I've co-authored the only treatise on Maine utility regulation. But perhaps as important, I've also represented many low-income clients on a pro bono basis, many facing very difficult family law issues. In one case, I represented a discharged Marine all the way to the United States Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C., in securing veterans benefits wrongfully withheld from him. For many years, I served as Ferraldana's pro bono coordinator. For my work in expanding legal services for the poor, including serving in leadership positions on the governing boards of Legal Services for the Elderly, Muskie Fund for Legal Services, and the Maine Justice Foundation, I've been recognized with both state and national awards. Finally, for the past 4 months, I've been honored to serve the governor as Senior Advisor for Regulatory Affairs in the Governor's Energy Office. While I wish I could have served longer, the position has given me a great opportunity to better understand the breadth of energy issues facing the state and to learn a lot from Dan Burgess and his talented and hardworking team at GEO. In each of my regulatory cases over the last 40 years, I expanded my understanding of utility law, but as importantly, I gained valuable experience in representing parties before regulatory agencies. I look forward to the opportunity as the next public advocate to use that experience representing Maine ratepayers. As for my vision for the public advocate, if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed, my first priority will be to faithfully follow the statutes adopted by this committee and enacted by the legislature. It is for you, the legislature, to define the scope of OPA's activities and to set overall state policy for regulating Maine utilities. I will do my best to faithfully carry out those policies within the statutory authority granted to the office. And I look forward to the opportunity to work closely with each of you on shaping future legislation of interest to Maine ratepayers. Beyond that, I will focus heavily on utility rates. In my view, the primary job of the office is to make sure that all utility rates satisfy the statutory just and reasonable standard. Whenever a utility proposes a rate increase, the office will carefully review the filing, looking for any evidence of imprudently incurred costs that should not be passed on to ratepayers. And this will be the focus in every jurisdiction, including FERC, where the office is authorized to represent Maine ratepayers. Our goal will be to ensure that all utility services are affordable, especially to low-income ratepayers, and that Mainers are never forced to choose between paying for necessities such as food or medicine and paying their utility bills. Second, I will focus on the quality of service provided by each utility. Every customer is entitled to safe, reasonable, and adequate service as required by law. We should never allow low rates to be used as an excuse for poor service. Utility services are a necessity, and there are no alternative suppliers. Whether it's keeping the lights on or responding to customer requests for service, a utility should always meet the minimum standard of safe, reasonable, and adequate service. And I will advocate for financial penalties for utilities that consistently fail to do so. Third, I will use the resources of the office to address perhaps the most important issue of our time, climate change. The legislature has set some ambitious goals for reducing the amount of fossil fuel consumed in Maine over the next 25 years. Those of us focusing on utility regulation must support and pursue strategies that advance those critically important goals. As part of its efforts to pursue these three overriding goals, the office will concentrate on consumer awareness and education. For OPA to successfully represent Maine ratepayers, it must engage with them by informing them about utility rates and service, listening to their concerns, and answering their questions. Finally, I will try to set a tone of civility and respect for others in carrying out my duties. Unfortunately, we live in a time of heightened polarization where advocates of a particular position increasingly use personal attacks to advance their position. While I will never shy away from advocating what I believe is in the best interests of Maine ratepayers, I understand that not everyone will agree with me. And as I work to advance OPA's positions, I will respectfully listen to opposing views and refrain from attacking any opponent's character or sincerity. Thank you for your time and your consideration of my nomination. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harwood. I'll ask the committee if there are any questions from members of the committee for you could send me a text message. There we go. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Mr. Harwood, on your nomination here, and thank you for your testimony in support of that nomination. I do have one or two questions. First of all, I would like to thank you for correcting the Senate Chair, and you are, in fact, from Yarmouth, and which is certainly north and east of Portland, so I appreciate that. However, that still, I have some concern. Your credentials and experience certainly are overwhelming in reading through them. I represent my part of the state, which is often referred to as the Penquist region. And in the recent Maine Economic Growth Council publication, their findings for 2021, they show that the average wage earner in Cumberland County makes approximately $20,000 more than the average wage earner in my region. And my region is slightly above, I believe, Washington County. With that in mind, as people look at their electric bills, utility bills in my region, and it's been mentioned that those things already serve as a pretty significant portion of their monthly costs of living, if you will, they see those going up. And I would like you to briefly, if you would, touch on your experience in helping out or dealing with issues in this part of the state, and if you haven't, at least your familiarity with the significant differences as the varied towns and communities in the state of Maine offer in affordability, if you will, for utilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Foster. Thank you, Representative Foster. I appreciate those concerns. The folks out there, many of them are struggling under recent rate increases and will continue to struggle. And it's something that I look forward to addressing. I have some familiarity with it. I did spend part of my career involved in rate cases for the old Maine Public Service Company in Aroostook County and Bangor Hydroelectric Company in Washington County. So I do have some understanding and appreciation that there is a range of ability to pay for utility services that must be kept in mind. I think the first approach of the office is to make sure that the total rates are as low as reasonably possible. We have to keep looking at ways that we can provide adequate utility service at the lowest possible cost, and that will be a challenge. But beyond that, we also have to be sensitive to low income ratepayers. And as I said in my comments, I don't want to see any ratepayer have to choose between food and medicine and paying their utility bills. We need to work on the extent to which low income ratepayers are provided a discount on their utility bills, and whether that discount is paid for by federal taxpayers, state taxpayers, or other ratepayers is an important policy question, but it can't minimize the need to make sure that we have essential services like water and electricity available to all Mainers, regardless of their income level. So I really appreciate your concern and look forward to working with you to make sure that those ratepayers in the more rural parts of the state who may be a little less affluent do have adequate access to utility services.
Thank you, Mr. Harwood. Representative Berry. Representative, there's something up with your mic. There you go.
Great. Sorry, my computer is, or my connection, I'm not sure which, is slow this morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we all understand those issues, Representative Berry, me especially.
Well, I understand that there are people working on this, so I hope they're successful. Thank you, Mr. Harwood, for being willing to serve as public advocate. It's a very important position, and congratulations on your nomination by the governor. I wonder if you could speak to the shift in thinking that you anticipate undertaking in moving into this role. I mean, I am not entirely clear from your resume, and I should have taken the time to understand better. During I think it was 42 years or so that you were a partner at Veril Dana, very impressive. I believe during most of that time you were representing a utility or at least one utility. Is there a shift in thinking that you expect to undertake, and can you expound a little bit more on what that shift in thinking will need to look like? We all have habits of thought. I think habits are ultimately what get us to our destination. So I'm very interested in how you see your habits of thought changing and adapting in this role.
Thank you, Representative Berry. I think that it is true that I have spent a good portion of my career representing utilities, particularly, as I said, the old Bangor Hydroelectric and Maine Public Service Company in many proceedings before the PUC. But I think it's important to understand that as a lawyer, I am a trained advocate, and I took positions on behalf of those clients, not necessarily because I always agreed with those positions, but because our system of justice depends on having well-represented clients advocating for their interests. And I did that to the best of my ability. And I think the message that I would share with the committee is I developed those skills. I honed those skills over, as you say, the 42 years. And I think that I can be successful in advocating for the ratepayers. I have those advocacy skills. And I think at the end of the day, the experience and expertise that I gained over the 4 decades of this work will benefit the ratepayers that I advocate for. So I don't want to say that all lawyers are just hired hands and hired guns for their clients, but I think it's important to recognize that lawyers should not always be assumed to be aligned in the values of their clients, but rather should be judged on their advocacy skills and their ability to advocate and represent their clients' interests. And I have no doubt that if confirmed, I will be able to fully represent the interests of ratepayers to the best of my ability.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Representative Berry?
Yes. Thank you for that answer. I wonder if you could speak a little bit to, in terms of keeping costs down for Maine ratepayers, how you think about a very important topic, which is the allowed return on equity for a utility. You've written a treatise, as you mentioned. I've read it. It's very helpful. But could you help us to think about that as a committee, and in particular about how you would think about it as a public advocate? What is an appropriate return on equity? I have shared with you, and I'll share with the committee if they're interested, some very interesting ROE statistics over the past 3 decades or so, where there's really been a separation between the allowed return on equity that utilities across the country are receiving from regulators and the Federal Reserve rate. And that parting of the two, and that higher return on equity troubles me as we look to depend on the utilities for all of our energy needs in the future. So can you speak to that, and where you think the bar should be set and how?
Thank you. It's a good question and an important part of every utility rate case. I've been involved in advocating and litigating and arguing about the allowed return. It is true that all utilities are capital intensive industries, and they need access to capital. And in order to acquire that capital. They need investors to provide funds. So it's important we get it right, but you're absolutely right. We don't want that allowed return to be a penny higher than what is needed to attract that capital. I've seen returns over my 40-year careers down as low as 8 and 9% and as high during the high inflation era of the 80s up into the 15 and 16%. So it is a moving target. And as you say, these are interesting times in terms of having very low T-bill rates, treasury rates that are an important factor in that. And the difference between debt and equity and the cost of borrowing debt versus the cost of raising equity is an important consideration of that. I'm not sure I can be too much more specific, except to say that there doesn't need to be a lot of daylight between debt and equity. The risk of investing in a main utility is not the same as investing at a risky startup. That risk should be reflected in that allowed rate of return. And those people who want to put their money into main utilities should not expect to receive any extraordinary or generous return on equity.
Thank you. Any further question, Representative Berry?
Yes, I do. And I'll end for now with this, see if others have a question. But I wonder if you could speak to utility fitness to serve. This is something that it's a standard which is not made explicit in statute, but the commissioners do, by a majority vote, have the ability to determine that a utility is fit or unfit to serve, and if necessary, in their view, require it to divest. Do you believe that the standard for fitness is something that is currently understood, and if not, should it be made more explicit, and what might that look like if so?
Yeah, it's a good question. That provision has been part of public utility law for some years now. To the best of my knowledge, it has never been used. There's never been a case before the PUC which has questioned or challenged a utility's fitness to serve. So it's something that it's going to take some time to flesh out. In my view, the duty to serve and provide safe, reasonable, and adequate service is at the core of that. And there may well be a lot of overlap between that and the fitness to serve. That we have had significant cases involving the quality of service. I think it's an important area and maybe one that hasn't received as much attention in recent decades as it should have. We're reminded that these utilities are monopolies. There are no alternatives. They provide necessities. So the duty to serve and provide reasonable service is critical. And I think if we get to a point in which a utility consistently fails to provide safe, adequate, and reasonable service, then the fitness to serve statute is there. And I assume at that point, we would have to decide whether or not that utility has lost its franchise rights and should be sold to another entity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? I apologize, Representative Foster. I didn't go back to you to see if you had a follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have another question, and I will, Mr. Harwood, if you'll allow me, I'll go back to Representative Berry's first point and flip the coin over. In reviewing the testimonies that came in, and I think all of which were in support of your nomination, most of those from the public sector, if you will, were from either the solar or wind industries and or advocates for such. My understanding is that you're an advocate for solar and wind generation in Maine, which concerns me a bit in that from my limited time on the committee and from talking with constituents and some in the various businesses around, there's a concern that the more of solar and wind generation that the state procures, the higher their rates will be. I don't think so far anyway we've seen where that those ventures have lowered rates, and from my understanding, some increase in rates is expected to support those. So I'm wondering if you could allay my concerns that you would be an outright supporter for those industries no matter what, and that you will in fact contemplate the fate of the ratepayers in any decisions that come before you regarding those generating industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Foster. I think you've put your finger on one of the most critically important issues we face, and I don't think of myself as an advocate for solar and wind. I think of myself as an advocate for utility services that are both affordable and that advance the state policy for climate change. Obviously, solar and wind has a role to play there. I guess the way I would say it is, how much solar and wind do we need? And then what is the least subsidy that we need to get there? And those are important questions. And I know this committee and the legislature has been wrestling with them. And we need to balance those between the cost and affordability and the need for less fossil fuel consumption. We consume $4 billion worth of fossil fuel in the state every year. The legislature has made a decision that we need to reduce that amount, and I respect that decision, but it doesn't mean at all costs. What it means is that we need to find ways to minimize the amount of subsidy of those industries and hopefully eliminate the subsidy as soon as possible so that they are competing on a level playing field with all sources of generation. And eventually we can reach the point where we need to be in order to address the challenges of climate change.
Representative Foster, any follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. One final question, Mr. Harwood. With that in mind, the previous public advocate, I was very impressed during my time on the committee with his advocacy for Maine ratepayers and his support for some of my constituents through his office when issues came up. That being said, he was a very strong advocate for the net energy billing portion of LD 1711 when it came before the committee, and in regards to the solar bill that was passed a couple of years ago. I had great concerns at the time and voiced them to the public advocate that we would see a significant increase in rates to help support that. Recently, the PUC has estimated that rates will probably likely go up at least 38% to help pay for the net energy billing projects expected to come in. We are awaiting an update on that information. I was wondering if you would touch on how your office might approach possibly working with the committee and or the PUC ways to look at rates, the rate schedule, and possibly address some of that increase that net energy billing brings to ratepayers in Maine. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. The net energy billing policy is one of the more difficult and challenging policies facing the state, and I expect to roll up my sleeves and spend a significant amount of time working on it. I applaud the committee's efforts last session to tighten up some of the areas where it might have more rate impact than we can afford right now. It's a difficult balancing act. I think it's important that we not lose sight that there is room for more solar and wind, but it may be more outside of the net energy billing program than inside. There may be the competitive bidding process that you folks have authorized seems to be developing, resulting in better pricing for wind and solar than the net energy billing program. So I believe the net energy billing program has an important role to play in the overall wind and solar and the overall efforts to address climate change. but it must be looked at carefully, and it may need further tweaking to make sure that it is not having an unreasonable impact on rates, because you're right now, the net energy billing program is having significant upward pressure on rates.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Representative Foster? Other questions from the committee? Representative Kessler?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Mr. Harwood, and congratulations on your nomination, of course. I wanted to just kind of touch on the prioritization of low-income consumers, because that is, I think, an overwhelming priority for all of us. And I'm seeing in the statute in section 1702A, where it lists the priority order that low-income consumers come first and foremost under your advocacy duties. And you touched on it a little bit earlier, but I was wondering if you have any ideas or things that you would like to pursue upon beginning the job to advocate for low-income consumers.
Yeah, thank you. I think the legislature wisely prioritized the priorities of this office by putting low-income ratepayers at the top of the priority list, and I understand and respect that and will pursue that. I think we really need to make sure that the utility rates do not put people who are having financial difficulties in a worse spot than they already are. And I will be looking at ways to address that. We have the LIHEAP program, we have federal assistance, federal dollars, we have the Maine State Housing working on this, and it will be a priority for me to make sure that we find ways to keep the rates for those folks who are unable to meet all of their financial obligations. Whether it requires more federal tax dollars and we have to go to our congressional delegation, or more state tax dollars and we are in front of the Appropriations Committee asking for additional assistance, or as a last resort, we ask those ratepayers who can afford to pay more so that those ratepayers who are struggling pay less. And all of those options are on the table, and the end result has got to be that we can't have people defaulting on their utility bills simply because they don't have the funds to pay them.
Representative Kessler, any follow-up?
No follow-up to that question. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify just with a statement that Representative Foster made. It was my understanding that renewables had actually contributed to some of the lowest cost in some of our supply rates. So I just wanted to make that clarification to the group.
Other questions from the committee? For the nominee, Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Harwood, in the role of public advocate, you do take on a very important public trust, and your resume and life history includes a great deal of advocacy for causes that you believe in, which I greatly appreciate. I wonder if you could just speak to how you anticipate, working on other causes that you have worked on, or perhaps not doing so, as you go forward if confirmed in this new role.
Yeah, thank you. This has been as honored as I was to be nominated for this position. It immediately caused me to address how I allocate the limited amount of time I have. And it is clear to me that the issues facing the Office of Public Advocate and the issues facing the state of Maine are going to require most of my time. I will have a limited amount of time to do other activities. So I will be cutting back. Some of you know that I've been very active in the last 20 years in trying to find ways to reduce the amount of gun violence in our state. And I will be cutting back on that. I will not be involved in advocacy for new proposals, new laws, new policies to reduce the amount of gun violence. My heart will still be in it. My concern for those who are victims of gun violence will remain, but I understand that you can only do so many things well in a given day or a given week, and this is where my priorities will be. The other activities that I've been very involved in is advocating for legal services for the poor, and again, that will also take a back seat. I will not be actively involved in further advocacy of legal services for the poor, although my heart will remain in it. I understand the need to focus on the issues of this committee and the PUC and the utility service of the state.
Thank you.
A further question, Representative Berry?
I do. I wonder, Mr. Harwood, if you could speak to, we've spent a fair amount of time discussing the sort of typical utility customer who is a customer of the investor-owned utilities of Maine, whether that's water or gas or electric. I wonder if you could just briefly touch on how you see the position of the public advocate with respect to our existing consumer-owned utilities. I think there is some responsibility there to look out for those folks as well. So any light you can shed on how you see that relationship would be helpful.
Yeah, that's important. I want to study that issue, Representative Berry, and I want to learn from those who are working in the Office of Public Advocate and those who have been there before as to how much of their time and resources are devoted to issues unique to the consumer-owned utilities rather than the investor-owned utilities. I strongly suspect that most of the majority of my time will be focused on investor-owned utilities, but there's no, as we've seen in a recent water district case situation, that even management of consumer-owned utilities can lose sight of the ratepayers, and if this office is needed to step in and protect consumers of consumer-owned utilities, I won't hesitate to do so. I just don't have a good sense as to what percentage of the office's time and efforts will be devoted to that. I'd like to think that some of those governance of consumer-owned utilities can take care of some of the ratepayer issues without direct involvement for the Office of Public Advocate. But I will be watching, and if I think that office needs to step in, I won't hesitate to do so.
Thank you. And one last question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Representative Berry?
It actually builds on that a bit. Due to a recent law that was passed by this committee and the legislature, there is now some tracking of time and resources allocated to each of those types of utilities for both the Public Advocate and the Public Utilities Commission. And that brings me to the question of resources. We do in our current paradigm require customers to pay for our Public Utilities Commission activities, our Public Advocate activities, and then on the other side of the fence, the regulatory activities and staff time dedicated by the utilities themselves to the exercise of rate making. Do you feel that the current allocation of resources is a level playing field? Are the utilities currently billing customers for a similar dollar amount that is allocated to the other side of the table, if you will, whether that's the Public Advocate or to some extent the Commission? How symmetrical is the arrangement at present that ratepayers are being asked to pay for, and how might that evolve in your view?
Yeah, I think there's no question that the utilities, particularly the larger utilities, have resources and capacity for advocates and experts and consultants that the state simply doesn't have available to it. And that has always been the case. It's something we need to keep our eye on and pay attention to. I believe that an efficiently run Office of Public Advocate and an efficient staff of the PUC can keep up most of the time. But I will keep my eye on that. If I think the utilities are spending excessive amounts on regulatory issues, I'll be the first to question that in their next rate case as to whether those costs should be passed on to ratepayers. If it appears excessive, they will fall under the imprudently incurred costs, and we'll have a debate and a fight over whether or not they should properly be passed on. And second, if I come to the conclusion, and I'm not there yet, and I won't get there quickly until I really study the Office of Public Advocate, but if I do come to the conclusion that the office needs more resources and could better represent the ratepayers with more resources, I will come back to this committee with a proposal. But at this point, I don't know that's the case, and I will be looking carefully at the resources to determine whether additional resources are necessary.
Thank you.
Any further question, Representative Berry?
I may have one more, but I just want to see if anyone else has a question first.
Would anyone like to jump in front of Representative Berry? Why don't you go ahead, Representative?
Great. I would be remiss if I did not ask how you anticipate managing staff. The staff at the Public Advocate's Office is very important to the mission of that office, and everyone has a managerial style. Can you describe yours and how you hope to make sure that the staff there is as able as possible to carry out the mission of the office?
Yeah, over the years, I have been our department and practice group chair of the utilities group at Veraldana, and so I've had some experience in terms of managing other lawyers and advocates. I don't know that I've yet honed that skill to perfection, far from it, but I like to think that I've learned a good bit in that. I think a couple of things. One is to listen carefully to those people who work for you. A lot of them have good ideas, and if they know that you're listening carefully to them and implementing them, those good ideas will continue to bubble up. On the other side, if you do not pay attention to their views and their positions, they will stop advocating, suggesting them, and in the end, the office will be the loser. So I really look forward to hearing from them. I also look forward to delegating to them. I think one of the ways a good manager gets the most out of an organization is not to micromanage, is not to essentially require me to be making all of the important decisions and all of the day-to-day advocacy. What I hope to achieve is to give those people who work for the office enough guidance and enough direction so that they can carry out policies that are consistent with my views, but they do so in their way and on their style. Each utility case before the PUC has its own rhythm, its own issues, its own tensions, its own personalities. And unless you're in the middle of one of those cases, it's hard to say what is good advocacy and what is ineffective advocacy. And I'll be looking for the people in the office to do that advocacy, those who are rolled up their sleeves up and in the middle of those cases.
Thank you very
Anything
much.
further, Representative Berry?
All set.
Other questions by members of the committee? Excuse me, I do have a couple of questions, Mr. Harwood. To use Representative Foster's expression and to flip the coin on his question, he talked a lot about rural poverty and reaching out to rural parts of Maine. I do want to highlight that there's a lot of poverty in Maine in urban areas, in suburban areas, and poverty is often relevant to the circumstances in which you live and the economy in which you live. And poverty is also relevant to age too. People who are older tend to have accumulated more wealth in their lifetime, people are younger and perhaps new to this country, don't have the wealth that other people have. So I'm wondering what special ways you see yourself and your office ability to reach out to that underserved or underrepresented or less experienced in dealing with utilities community to advocate for them on their behalf.
Yeah, I think one of the things you're getting at is defining this group carefully and not using preconceived ideas of who's impoverished and who isn't, and just because of a particular town or county that they live in, whether we assume they're less or more able to pay for utility services. And I will be looking and reaching out to the Department of Health and Human Services for guidance on how we best define those who are in need. That's the agency of state government that is really at the forefront of figuring out who is struggling and who needs help. And what we need to do is figure out a way to get their expertise and their information and data and put it to use so that the utilities can identify which ratepayers are those. If we use something as standard as, say, 150% of the federal poverty guidelines as a cutoff, we need to have a good understanding of how those people who fit under those guidelines are also the ratepayers of our utilities. And that takes some coordination, and whether we should be looking at 200% of the federal poverty guidelines rather than 150%. Those are things, there are experts in state government who have thought a lot about those issues, and I will be reaching out to them to learn as much as possible and seek their guidance and direction as I play my role in the PUC process for making sure that utility rates are properly discounted to those who can least afford to pay them.
Great, thank you, Mr. Harwood. Before I go on to my second question, I'd encourage you in looking at that to look at it relative to the communities and the areas in which they live. To use your own community as an example, somebody working in the service industry, and we think of the service industry as the restaurant industry, but I also think of it as things like home healthcare providers, sometimes on the bottom end of the scale, somebody living in Yarmouth, earning a wage at that wage and trying to live in Yarmouth and live in the area often has a great struggle. So simply by going by a fixed poverty line all across the state does not necessarily work in every situation. So I'd encourage you to look at that as far as regional dynamics. My other question deals with, you talked a little bit about resources and potential for asking for other resources. I'm just wondering, in the area of non-resources, in changes to law, in additional powers or additional areas that the public advocate can focus in on, do you see going into your office any areas that you're going to look at and potentially come back with proposed legislation or proposed changes to the public advocate's office?
I wish I had a better answer to your question, Senator, but at this point, I don't know. It's something that I'm going to be studying carefully. At this point, based on my experience, I think the public advocate does have the authority and the role to play. So I don't have recommendations at this point, or even areas that I suspect will have recommendations. But as I get into my role and as I roll up my sleeve and spend the first several weeks or months learning and studying more about the office, if there are areas where the authority of the office needs to be adjusted or expanded, I won't hesitate to come back to this committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harwood. Any final questions from any other members of the committee? Seeing none, I'm sorry, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to take a brief moment to clarify my earlier questioning and most importantly for purposes of making sure Mr. Harwood was clear. When I refer to folks in my region, although certainly we all have concern for those living at or below the poverty level for incomes, and I know that we all work to make sure that they're aware of programs that are available to them to help support them being able to afford their utilities. I was basically referring to the average person in my area who's out there working and getting by on what supposedly is about $40,000 a year average for the wage earners. They are not able to access those benefits made available to those living at or below the poverty line or whatever the line is set at. However, as compared to others in the state, their percentage of their income that they pay for the basic needs is higher, obviously so. And as those utility rates and other things go up, they are more greatly affected. That was who I was basically referring to. And I think the answer to my questions is still the same, but thank you.
Ms. Harwood, any response?
No, I think Representative Foster, you make a good point. And I've noticed in recent weeks when the oil delivery guy comes to my house and fills up my oil tank and leaves a ticket on my kitchen door for in excess of $600, or when I fill up my car and it's in excess of $50, I understand that there are a lot of Mainers out there who are struggling this winter, and my heart goes out to them. And if I'm lucky enough to be confirmed in this position, I won't forget how difficult it is to pay for home heating and transportation for many, many Mainers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harwood. Any final questions for the nominee from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now go to the portion where we take public comments, either for or against, or neither for nor against the nominee. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement to the committee prior to today's hearing. The purpose of this is to allow the nominee to be able to review those statements and potentially answer any of the concerns raised. All such statements shall contain the name and address of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Those who wish to speak in person have registered with the committee prior to the start of this hearing and will be called upon by the chairs, at which time they will be promoted from attendee to panelist status in Zoom and can be seen and heard by the committee and over the live stream. When your turn to speak comes, please observe the following. State your name and your place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for the particular position will be considered in order. In other words, general comments on what is going on in the public advocate's office or the operations of the public advocate is not going to be considered. We are looking for comments related specifically to this particular nominee. All other comments will be considered out of order. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from members of the committee, you will be returned to attendee status and the next person will be called. At the time you are returned to attendee status, it's important to point out that you will not be allowed to then come back in as a panelist to rebut or make further comments on this nomination. Jason, I'd ask you to bring over the first person wishing to testify on this nomination. And if you are in the attendees list, you're going to be moved over in no particular order, just in a random order based upon the sign-up list. And we have Mr. Tony Buxton. Are you there, Tony? We are connecting the audio. It looks like I just see a bust there of a head. So I assume that's not the person going to testify, that Mr. Buxton will be joining us shortly, or whoever is coming in on this link.
Would you like me to bring the next person in the list on?
If you could, that would be easiest.
Just one moment.
Okay, when you join, if you could turn on your video and when recognized, turn on your audio. I will recognize Ben
Why did
Lucas.
I not?
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Ben Lucas. I live in Portland, and I am here today representing the Maine State Chamber of Commerce. The Maine State Chamber of Commerce is pleased to offer testimony in support for the nomination of Mr. William S. Harwood as the public advocate. For over 40 years, Mr. Harwood has been representing a wide range of entities in matters before state and federal regulatory agencies. As you've already heard, these entities include utility customers, public utilities, renewable energy companies, technology companies, paper mills, colleges, and universities. There is no question that Mr. Harwood is one of the most experienced individuals in Maine when it comes to these matters. One of the primary responsibilities as the Office of the Public Advocate is to represent the interest of Maine ratepayers to the Maine Public Utilities Commission, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and the Federal Communications Commission. Mr. Harwood has represented electric, gas, water, and telecommunications companies in more than 50 major cases at the PUC, FERC, and the FCC. These experiences, along with his more than 40 years of work in the industry, prove that Mr. Harwood is exceptionally qualified and experienced for this role. We are at a critical moment for the future of energy policy in our state. As you've heard today, we face many challenges, from combating climate change and the shift to a clean energy economy, to Mainers seeing substantial increases in their electric bills and home heating bills, and a record amount of money being invested into Maine for broadband expansion. These are just a few of the many enormous issues we face, and it is critical that we have experienced and dedicated leaders involved in policy-making decisions. There is no one better positioned to help us through these times than Mr. Harwood. I know my thoughts are echoed today by Maine State Chamber of Commerce President and CEO Dana Connors, who was unable to be here today to lend his support, but Dana is someone who has known Bill Harwood for over 40 years and has the utmost confidence and respect that Bill will be a tremendous asset to the state of Maine, and commends Bill for taking this critical job to serve the people of Maine. To conclude, I want to applaud Governor Mills for nominating Mr. Harwood, and I would like to congratulate Bill for his nomination. I am confident that Maine ratepayers will have a strong advocate in Bill, and the Maine State Chamber of Commerce encourages this committee to recommend the confirmation of Mr. Harwood as public advocate. Thank you for the time today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Lucas? Seeing none, thank you. Jason, if you could move the next two people over. Okay, I now see on our screen Bruce Berger, so I'll recognize Mr. Berger for the purposes of making a statement concerning this nominee. You're not unmuted at this point, Mr. Berger.
I had to unmute twice, was on my mic too. Sorry about that. Good day, all. Good to see you. My name is Bruce Berger. I live in Augusta, and I'm representing Maine Water Utilities. I'd like to Senator Lawrence, Representative Seth Berry, and the esteemed members of the Committee of Energy and Utility Technology. This is our following support of Bill Harwood for the nomination of a public advocate. The Maine Water Utilities Association strongly supports Governor Mills' nomination of Mr. Harwood for this position. Maine Water Utilities represents 109 water utilities here in Maine. And we feel that Mr. Harwood is an excellent choice for this very important position for the following reasons. You've heard all the technical expertise that he has, and we certainly have tapped into that expertise on many occasions throughout his history of service. But I'd like to talk more about the man, Bill Harwood, the man. We believe that his integrity, his fairness, his knowledge, his comprehension, his understanding, his expertise will serve the Maine people extremely well within the public advocate's office. One thing I know about Bill personally is he's proven time and again that no issue that he's ever faced is too big or too small for his attention. Another thing I really respect about Bill is his dealings with those he opposes or supports always receives his utmost respect. He doesn't care what your educational background is. He doesn't care what your position is. He treats everyone exactly the same. And he's been, for lack of a better term, just a joy to work with over the last 30, 35 years that I've known him. And so Maine Water Utility urges this committee of Energy, Utilities, and Technology to confirm Mr. Harwood as Maine Public's public advocate. And we appreciate the opportunity to testify. And I'd accept any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berger. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Berger? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now hear from Deborah Hart for the purposes of providing a statement regarding this nominee. Deb?
I'm here. Can you hear me, sir?
We can hear you fine. We
Okay.
just can't see you right now.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to take care of a dog underneath my
go.
desk right now. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Deborah Hart. I'm a resident of Manchester, Maine, and I'm testifying today in support of the nomination of William Harwood to become Maine's next public advocate. This testimony is my personal testimony. It is not offered on behalf of any client I represent. This testimony also was not solicited, nor was it shared. I've known Bill Harwood for over 30 years. He has been a colleague, a friend, and a mentor. When I was asked to join the lobby team at Beryl and Dana, Bill was patient in explaining the inner workings of lobbying and, more importantly, utility law, which at times was confusing, daunting, and overwhelming. At times it still is. But that is not why I'm speaking to you today. In the spirit of the law firm's longstanding commitment to pro bono work, Bill asked me one summer if I would consider serving as a guardian ad litem. And my first foray into that work came quickly. I met his client at a local hospital. She had just given birth to a baby boy. This woman had 3 other children. The first 2 were in custody of her first husband. And the third had been taken when the client had been coerced over state lines. And that child ended up in the custody of the second father and his family who lived in the South. It will not surprise you that this client had made some very poor choices in her lifetime. What might surprise you and surprised me is how much she valued this child and desperately wanted to raise him and make something of her life. She had obtained sobriety and she wanted to prove that she could be a good mother in spite of her past situation. It was a long process and it had a profound impact on my life. When the judge granted her custody, we all felt a huge weight lifted, and none of that would have happened had it not been the early and consistent advocacy of Bill Harwood. The case went on for several years. It had many twists and turns, but he believed in her ability to turn her life around and be the good mother that she so desperately wanted to be. I believe Bill will use that same advocacy for the ratepayers in Maine. Others will speak of his legal abilities. My words are about his ability to care for those who otherwise do not have a voice. Just as a final aside, I received a note from this woman about 18 years ago. I still have it. She enclosed a picture of her son who had graduated from high school and was going to college. She was as proud a mom as you could ever meet. She had turned her life around, and Bill Harwood had a great deal to do with that. I thank you for your time and attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that statement, Deb, and thank you also for your service to our communities as a pro bono lawyer. Are there questions for Ms. Hart from the committee?
With all due respect, Senator Lawrence, I am not a lawyer.
Thank you. I knew that after I said it, Deb, but I know in CASA, In CASA, of which you mentioned, there are many non-lawyers who serve as great public advocates. And having worked with them in many legal cases, their time and effort is greatly appreciated in the process.
Thank you, sir.
Are there questions for Ms. Hart from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to Jeremy Payne. Jeremy.
Morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Payne, and I'm still the Executive Director of the Maine Renewable Energy Association, here to testify in support of Bill Harwood's nomination to become our next public advocate. Over the years, we've had the opportunity to see Mr. Harwood in action at the PUC. He's always demonstrated a deep understanding of the issues, a willingness to learn and collaborate, and a fierce determination to do right by his clients. We certainly applaud Governor Mills for nominating Mr. Harwood, and so that he can help protect Maine's consumers and play a vital role in the upcoming discussions occurring in this committee, at the commission, and beyond. We know we will not always agree with Mr. Harwood, but we also know that he is fair, highly intelligent, and has the right work history for this moment in time. And as I said recently directly to Bill, sometimes he was frustratingly good at representing his clients. So I suspect if you all choose to confirm him, there may be moments where I feel the same way if we happen to disagree with his office, but certainly know that he knows his stuff, will take the time to learn all of the issues and include lots of different viewpoints to make sure that he represents ratepayers to the best of his ability. So with that, we respectfully encourage the committee to vote to confirm Mr. Harwood to lead the office of the public advocate. And with that, I'd be happy to try and take any questions you may have.
Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Payne? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go on to former Speaker of the House, Michael Saxel, wishes to present testimony to this committee regarding this nominee. Mike, are you there?
I am, Senator. Thank you for including me in today's hearing. My name is Michael Saxel. I am a resident of Belgrade, Maine. I have worked in and around the Maine legislature nearly my entire professional career. And this is the first time since 1991 when the great Judy Caney chaired your committee, and it was the Energy and Natural Resources Committee that I've had the honor to present to you. So this is not a committee I usually testify in front of, but it's an opportunity I could not pass up. You are lucky today to have Bill Harwood in front of you as the Governor Mills' nominee for public advocate. I've known and worked with Bill for about 27 years, but first as a legislator, and later Bill was a mentor, chair director, and person who helped me transition from public life into private life as the chair of the division that oversees my little group called Main Street Solutions, which is a subsidiary of Beryl Dana. During that time, I have seen Bill's intellect, his work ethic, his ability to lead and to teach, and I have felt personally the positive benefits of all of that. I consider Bill a friend and a colleague. So the first thing I think that I would suggest y'all think about is that what makes a great public advocate. And from my mind, it's the mastery of the relevant public policy and a driving desire to help people. And Bill Harwood, I think you have both of those things. And I don't think there's a better qualified person in the entire state of Maine to serve as public advocate. Just a brief glance at Bill's resume demonstrates his longstanding commitment to public service. You've heard some of this already today, but think about his board work on Pine Tree Legal Assistance, Legal Services for the Elderly, the Maine Bar Foundation, the Coffin Fellows Committee, the Muskie Fund for Legal Services, and numerous other organizations. You know that Bill has his heart in the public interest. At a time, this time, which is in my mind a critical time for ratepayers, both low-income ratepayers and as Representative Foster has mentioned, middle-income, hardworking Mainers who are struggling every single day because their income does not keep up with their cost of living. you need to have someone who's thinking about those people. If you have a 50% or 38% rate increase, you need somebody who's fighting against those rate increases, who knows the ins and outs of Maine's utilities better than anybody else, to make sure that every single penny possible goes to provide relief, either through rates or through programs, to ratepayers. I don't think you're going to find somebody who can do that better than Bill Harwood. In fact, I know you can. But I think Bill's work has demonstrated that he has a lifelong commitment to those who are the voiceless, to those who are not heard. He has been recognized by the Maine Bar Foundation, by the Volunteer Lawyers Project, and others in statewide awards for his service to the public. And perhaps more importantly for this purpose, he's also been recognized for his acumen in the practice of energy law in Maine, by being recognized by numerous entities as one of the best utility lawyers in our country. And those rating agencies don't, and those honors do not come easily. But to think about what Representative Berry has been looking at and thinking about in this conversation, I don't think it's enough to be smart. And I don't think it's enough to be able to demonstrate follow through, but I think the mastery of the policy is really important as well. And in this matter, Bill literally wrote the book. He was the co-author of the first and second editions of the Maine Regulation of Public Utilities, published in 08 and 18. And served, as you've already heard, as an adjunct professor at the University of Maine School of Law, teaching utilities law. At the end of the day, though, I think the most important thing about Bill is Bill as a human being, as Mr. Berger has said. I know Bill to be a caring person, a passionate person, a smart person, and most importantly, I think he's a deeply decent person. He cares for his colleagues, his family, and his neighbors. And when thinking about individual ratepayers and their fight for fairness, I don't think there's anybody I would want on my side more than Bill. In short, I am thankful, and I think we all should be thankful that Bill is willing to take this on during such a critical time for ratepayers in Maine. And I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you may have for me. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Saxel from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Jason, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this nominee? Unfortunately, Jason, we can't see or hear you.
Nan Heald should have been promoted. Hold on, let me try that one more time. My apologies. I can move on to the next one. That would be Robert Howe. I'm not sure. Are they not accepting the, well, I'll move on to Stacy Fitz. Oh, now Nan Heald has got her hand up.
Jason, if you're able to bring two people over at once, that would be good.
Okay, no problem.
And it looks like we do have Robert Howe available.
Good morning.
Let's see if you could turn on your video, Bob. Great.
Okay.
So the chair will recognize Robert Howe for the purposes of making a statement on this nominee.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence and members of the committee. My name is Robert Howe. I'm a resident of Brunswick, Maine, and I'm speaking on my own behalf this morning. I'm delighted to offer my strong endorsement of Bill Harwood's nomination as public advocate. I've known Bill for 40 years, since he was a young lawyer assigned to duties at the State House for his firm's clients. We would frequently share the commute to the State House. I have observed him over the years develop into one of the most talented advocates, both in the courts and at the State House. I'm also aware of some of his charitable contributions to society, including volunteer representation of victims of domestic violence and low-income persons. The Office of the Public Advocate began operations 40 years ago this year. The same year I became a lobbyist following my tenure in the Maine House of Representatives, where I served on this committee. I have known all of the incumbents of that office. Maine has been fortunate to have talented and dedicated public advocates over these many years, and I can think of none any more qualified than Bill. Bill's a highly skilled attorney and advocate. He'll be a vigorous and effective voice for Maine's utility customers. His temperament is well suited to the position. He will bring a gravitas and a demeanor to the job that will serve his clients well. I especially want to endorse the comments about Bill as a person made by Bruce Berger and Mike Saxel. So I heartily endorse Bill's nomination, and I hope you will too. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Howe? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now go on to Stacy Fitz for the purposes of making a statement regarding this nominee.
And thank you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Stacy Fitz. I'm a resident of Pittsfield, Maine, and I appear before you as a citizen of Maine in support of the nomination of William S. Harwood to be public advocate. I've known Bill personally and professionally for several years. I won't give you the exact number because that dates me. Though through my work in the energy and utility space, he is recognized as one of the most accomplished regulatory attorneys in Maine. He has demonstrated repeatedly that he is a steadfast advocate for his clients, and he will, in my opinion, be a remarkable public advocate. I commend the governor and her staff for choosing Bill as their nominee for this position. He's an excellent choice to represent ratepayers, and I'm sure he will do so in a way that's thoughtful and thorough. He has undoubtedly demonstrated himself to be an expert attorney when working in front of the Public Utilities Commission, as well as in the various venues that are both inside and beyond our borders. He's articulate and capable. His experience is diverse, and he's always demonstrated an ability to frame his representation to his clients' needs. His years of legal practice and leadership in his field will serve us well in this new chapter of his career. Bill will be diligent in representing the ratepayers of the state of Maine, and I look forward to having his leadership within the Office of the Public Advocate. And I ask you to unanimously recommend that the Senate accept the nomination of William Harwood as the next public advocate. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Fitz? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now hear from Noel Bonham from AARP. Noel.
Chairs Lawrence and Berry and members of the Joint Standing Committee. Good morning, Mr. Harwood. Good morning. My name is Noel Bonham. I'm a resident of Portland, Maine. I am representing AARP Maine today. I am the state director of AARP Maine, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization representing the interest of adults 50 and older in Maine and their families. With more than 2,000 members statewide, we track many issues on behalf of all Maine consumers, but especially with lower income and fixed income older residents. I am providing testimony today in support of the hundreds and thousands of older Maine residents and consumers worried about rising electric and natural gas utility bills. Home heating and electricity to power those heating systems are crucial to the health and safety of all residents, but particularly older Mainers. As you know, nearly 30% of Mainers over the age of 65 live nearly entirely off of their Social Security paychecks. I'm sure you're also aware that the standard offer has increased over 80% for Versant Power and CMP customers starting this month, resulting in an average overall 30% total bill increase. And that the PUC has projected significant additional rate increases for the distribution side of the bill due to needed investments and the subsidies mandated by Maine's net energy billing policies. Indeed, we are entering a perfect storm for ratepayers. What an important moment to have a strong and engaged public advocate to be the voice of Maine ratepayers and consumers. We work on a range of energy issues at the state level, including tracking electric utility rate cases, telecommunications deregulation, broadband, and renewable energy. Our work in Maine reflects AARP's national basic energy policies. The core principles we approach this work with include securing and expanding service access for all, improving quality, enhancing accountability, which includes any changes in utility service policy or rates should be open and transparent. The process should provide a wide range of opportunities for input from the public and independent groups. And the other one is ensuring service affordability for all, which states utility rates should be based on prudent use of ratepayer money. Costs and savings should be distributed fairly among consumers. Households with lower incomes must be taken into account. As many of our members have learned over the years, the duties of the public advocate are to represent the using and consuming public, but with a statutory obligation to focus on those who are most vulnerable and not otherwise represented in commission proceedings. And as Representative Kessler already pointed out, the statute 1702-A 2 and 3, when the interests of consumers differ, the public advocate shall give priority to representing the interest of consumers in the following order: low-income consumers, residential consumers, small business consumers, and other consumers whose interests the public advocate finds to be inadequately represented. It is our duty at AARP Maine to stand with and speak for and bring forward those who will be most impacted by ratepayer policies. To that effect, we look forward to continuing to work alongside the Office of the Public Advocate for all Maine ratepayers, no matter their age or economic situation. We appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on this valuable role within Maine's consumer advocacy family and hope that the public advocate will reflect these statutory priorities. If Mr. Hartford is confirmed, we look forward to working with him as an ally and as an advocate of Maine adults 50 and older. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Bonham? Seeing none, thank you. Jason, about how many more people do we have interested in testifying?
I have two more that I have tried to promote to panelists. I'm wondering if they're maybe not accepting the promotion.
Normally we would take a break about 10:15, so I'm going to suggest we take a 15-minute break. Jason, if you can check and get in touch with those panelists,
sure thing,
see if they're still interested in testifying, and we will be back on at 11 for the purposes of hearing the remaining individuals, if any, who wish to testify, and then we'll move on to acting on the nomination. Okay, so please mute yourself and stop your video, and we will be back on at 11 exactly. Okay, Jason, I'm back. Let's see how many members we have back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe. I just need one more. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we are back now live before the Energy, Utility, and Technology Committee. I believe we resolved some of our problems. You have the ability to bring Nan Held over. Is that correct, Jason?
I've just asked her to attend.
Okay. And how were you resolving Tony Buxton's issues?
He will not be able to attend. Yeah, he was having technical difficulties.
Okay. So we have one person left to hear from. And I'll poll the committee now. Did we want to suspend the 15 minutes and go straight to the vote? Or do we want to take that 15-minute break? Do you know, Nathan?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we're comfortable moving to a vote after everyone's done.
Great. Thank you very much. So we'll just wait till Nan is able to be promoted from attendee to panelist, and then we'll complete the testimony.
I have asked her to attend. I'm not sure. I'll try to get her on the phone.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Just because we are the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology doesn't mean we don't face technology challenges.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think the technological trick for those who are attendees and are being promoted to speak is just to be part of it, at least, is to be aware that when you are invited to join as a panelist, you do need to accept that invitation in order to testify. And maybe we should consider adding that to our scripts at some point.
Consider it added.
I like it. Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
I think we've resolved the issue.
Nan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we'll now go to another individual wishing to testify, present testimony on this nominee. And I'll recognize Nan Held.
Thank you very much to all of you present on the committee. I am a little challenged this morning technologically, so I hope you'll forgive me. And what I really wanted
and if you could just introduce yourself and let anybody know if you're testifying before or after for an organization, and also where you're from.
Sure. My name is Nan Heald. I'm the executive director of Pine Tree Legal Assistance. I live in Standish, Maine. And I am a little technologically challenged here in Standish, just in terms of my own computer system. So my conversation will be a little bit less organized than I'd hoped. I was planning to read to you from my testimony, but I will be very brief. I have known Bill for 30 years. We have worked in a variety of different capacities together. Pine Tree Legal Assistance, as you may know, is Maine's oldest and largest legal aid program. The people we serve include both low-income individuals, but also a high percentage of the clients that we serve are elderly Mainers, women, people with small children, veterans, and other individuals who do not have access to advocacy with common legal problems. The issue of access to public utilities and to those issues has been something that we have worked on over the years, although not directly with Bill. But Bill has been an incredibly important source of support and encouragement and advocacy for the client populations that we serve. And we have worked with him in connection with all of those client populations. And he has allowed us to be a better and more effective organization because of his connections and because of his personal commitment, which everyone else has referenced in their comments, or many of the rest of you have referenced in your comments. And I wanted the committee and the public to also appreciate that although Bill has not been, and I understand would not be an advocate directly for the people we serve, his support and the connections that he has provided to us over the years, and his clear, obvious commitment to the importance of this work and to the people that we serve should be evident to everyone listening. And I urge everyone's support for his approval in this role.
Thank you very much. And your last name is pronounced Heel?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Heel? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I don't believe we're having Mr. Buxton join us. So Jason, are there any other people? I see Steve Hudson is raising his hand. So it looks like Steve Hudson wishes to testify, perhaps on behalf of Mr. Buxton. So why don't we bring him over and see if we can get a connection that way. Steve, welcome to the committee, and you wish to testify on this nominee, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the committee. I am Stephen Hudson. I'm an attorney with Pretty Flaherty, and I work with Mr. Buxton, who, quote, had a complete IT failure today in our Portland office. I don't know much more than that, but I wanted to make sure that the Industrial Energy Consumer Group, a group that has been active on energy matters at the state, regional, and national level for the last 40 years, got to weigh in and express its support for Bill Harwood as Maine's next public advocate. As Mr. Buxton would have said if he had been here, we have come to appreciate certainly the wealth of experience that Mr. Harwood will bring to this position. And we think that he, together with the existing OPA staff, will be a formidable voice for on behalf of Maine's ratepayers, and we look forward to working with him in his office. Mr. Buxton says that he is very pleased to see that Mr. Harwood is now going to stop tormenting Mr. Buxton in private practice and work with him in public practice, and he looks forward to that continuing. So with that, I'll cut it short, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak on his behalf today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Hudson? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'll give a moment for anybody in the attendees who hasn't testified, who wants to testify, to raise their hand. It looks like we're completed with all the people who wish to testify on this nomination. So we will go directly to our next point in the in this process. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We'll review any written comments, additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. We will then proceed to a vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must now be taken, the vote must be taken within 40 days for judicial officers, but 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology for Mr. William Harwood of Yarmouth for appointment to as the state's public advocate is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. And we took that poll before, and I'd ask anybody who does not agree simply to raise their hands either electronically or physically. I see no objections. So at this time, we will proceed with the vote before the committee. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. William Harwood of Yarmouth for appointment as the public advocate be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Maine Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitale.
Yes.
Senator Vitale is a yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy is absent. Representative Grohowski is absent. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Thank you. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon.
Yes.
Representative Grignon is a yes. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 11 in favor or yes, and 2 absent.
Thank you. The vote being in favor of this recommendation, the recommendation of this committee is that the nomination of William Harwood of Yarmouth for public advocate be confirmed by the Senate. Congratulations, Mr. Harwood. Normally we'd be able to shake your hand, but we'll have to do it virtually at this point.
I want to thank all the members of the committee. I really appreciate your support and look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I just want to also offer my congratulations. And Mr. Harwood, it's impressive that you're still able to sit up straight in your chair after hearing all that praise. So you must be a sturdy character indeed, and look forward to working with you if you are confirmed by the Senate.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just also wanted to express my congratulations to Mr. Harwood.
I remained relatively quiet during this hearing because he was my utility law professor at UMaine, and look forward to working with him in a new capacity in the Office of the Public Advocate.
And there's no conflict of interest there, correct? You've already gotten your grade?
It was pass fail, thankfully. So yeah, I think I squeaked by.
Very good. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Thank you. Thank you, Bill, and we look forward to working with you. So we are now going on to the remainder of our business for today. You can remove Mr. Harwood from Jason from a panelist to being an attendee again. And we're going on with a public hearing on LD 1819, and I'm going to suggest we go directly into that. We are running perhaps, I would say 45 minutes behind. Representative Berry, have you heard from Representative Grochowski? Is she presenting her bill, or is someone going to be presenting it on her behalf?
I have not heard from her since she apparently sent it and said that she may not be able to present. So if there is anyone that has received that email and is willing to step up and present her testimony, that would be fantastic. I'm having some trouble with the server that I typically use, so I'm unable to access it at this time. But if
Lindsay, do you have any information from Representative Grochowski?
No, I do not.
Okay, and Jason, you haven't heard from her?
I have not.
Okay. Is there anybody on the committee who'd be willing to present this bill on her behalf? Representative Ziegler, I believe he is willing, if he can unmute himself. No, he's saying no. He's saying yes. We have to guess at what he's saying.
Sorry about that. I'm having technical problems too. I did hear from Representative Grochowski about her dog, and she said that they had resolved some of the problems. She didn't say if she'd be available. I'm having technical problems too, a lot of them. So I can't access both her testimony and be on Zoom. So it'll have to be somebody else.
Great. Well, I think we have a volunteer perhaps in the form of Representative Sachs. Are you willing to go ahead and present the bill?
I am.
Thank you. So I appreciate that, Representative Sachs, and this happens from time to time, and we all know how important dogs are to this committee. So obviously that can take priority and be forgiven. We have Representative Sachs, who's now going to present LD 1819, an act to define, quote, discrete electrical generating facility, unquote. Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will be reading the testimony that was submitted by Representative Grochowski for this bill. She is, of course, appreciating the opportunity to have her bill presented this morning. Since the bipartisan passage of LD 1711 in the 129th legislature, Maine has seen a growing interest in distributed generation development in all corners of our state. While members of this committee may disagree about the economic impacts of such development, she hopes that we can all agree that the parameters for what is and isn't allowed into the new net energy billing (NEB) program should be clear to all parties, developers, private landowners, and regulators. Despite the work last session to better define this program, a technical issue persists that this bill aims to address. In 2019, the legislature neglected to provide clarity regarding the circumstances in which a cluster of development contains separate or, quote, discrete projects able to access the NEB program versus when it is a grid scale project unable to access the NEB program. The Public Utilities Commission, or the PUC, has stepped in with rules that, while intending to provide clarity, are unnecessarily complicated, differ significantly from other states, and have resulted in a significant number of advisory ruling requests, 25 in 2021, and 3 requested thus far in 2022. These dockets require staff research on specific project details and precedent, and ultimately a ruling by the commissioners on a case-by-case basis. If passed, LD 1819 would allow the PUC to reallocate limited resources to more pressing matters. The current PUC rulings set up the following tests for whether or not 2 projects, less than 5 megawatts each, proposed near each other are actually separate projects. Distances are measured as the straight line distance between the closest points of each project. Those qualifications are: projects over 5 miles apart are discrete. Projects between 1 to 5 miles apart can attempt to meet 6 defined safe harbor criteria. Projects less than 1 mile apart or not meeting safe harbor criteria can request an advisory ruling to determine if they pass a 9-part test. Those of you who served on this committee in 2019 may recall that the 5 megawatt cap for NEB projects was almost as arbitrary as saying 5 miles means projects are discrete. We were looking to increase from the 660 kilowatt cap to some larger capacity and settled on 5 megawatts because projects of that size are subject to additional approval by ISO New England. So the number was self-limiting. Knowing the legislative history, Representative Grakowski doesn't understand the reasoning behind rigorous 6 or 9-part tests to determine whether projects are discrete. There are less labor-intensive ways to prevent gaming the program, which she presumes is the PUC goal. LD 1819 seeks to replace the PUC rule with a clear definition of, quote, discrete electric generation facility, close quote, that is logical and similar to how other states have dealt with this question. It prevents grid scale projects from subdividing parcels in order to qualify for the NEB program. At the same time, it eliminates artificial competition between nearby landowners who cannot with certainty access this program because they are within an arbitrary distance of 1 mile of each other. Go for a mile walk or run on a cold day like today. I'm not sure she meant that, like today. And I think you'll agree, 1 mile is pretty far and irrelevant to whether or not facilities are distinct for the purposes of NEB. I think the most concerning outcome of inaction here is that this rule limits development near substations. The benefits of locating generation close to substations are significant, especially if they are ultimately paired with storage, including reducing overall interconnection costs and reducing the need for miles of new distribution infrastructure. Clustering, rather than dispersing development, is also consistent with other regulatory strategies found in Maine law. Thank you all for listening so attentively to my read testimony for Representative Grakowski in support of LD 1819.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Representative Sachs from the committee?
Please no. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative. There are no co-sponsors on this bill, so I'm going to go directly to public testimony. And just a few quick words regarding testimony. You will be allowed to testify either for or against this bill, or neither for nor against. If you are testifying neither for nor against, we ask you to truly testify neither for nor against in your position on this bill. We also ask you to submit written testimony to the committee. Written testimony is very important to this committee. We often review it, come back, and issues before this committee can be extremely technical, as you can tell by Representative Grakowski's testimony. This is a very technical bill, so we do have a 3-minute rule in testifying. We ask you to stick to that, but some of the testimony obviously has to go into very technical detail. We ask that that be included in the written testimony, and that we have the ability to review it and then question you about it. So, and there will be a work session on this bill. Work sessions are not times where people can testify publicly again unless they are requested by the committee to answer a particular question from one or more members of the committee. When you are testifying, if you testify in favor or against or neither for nor against, you'll be promoted to panelists. Your microphone will be turned on, and once you're completed answering questions of the committee, you'll be moved back to being an attendee on the list. You do not have the ability, despite the fact that this is a Zoom conference, to then come back in as a panelist and respond to additional questions or provide additional information or respond to anyone who testifies after you. It is a one-time opportunity to testify before the committee. If you do have comments or thoughts on what people following you have said, we'd encourage you to write them out in the form of a written statement and then submit it to the committee. In that way, we will receive your reaction to what other people have testified. With that, I'll ask you, Jason, you've sent me a list of the registrants, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'm just opening it now, and it looks like we have probably an even number between for or against. I don't believe that either side is going to go on more than half an hour on each side. So we'll start off first with the proponents, and then we'll go to the opponents for the bill. And I see Ed Brolin is there, and I see he's actually on twice, so he may actually on 3 times. So if we can, I do not see him in the attendees. Up there he is. If you can promote Ed Brolin and then promote Jeremy Payne too as well. And then we'll have 2 people in. And Jason, when Ed Brolin is done, if you can promote the next person after Jeremy into being a panelist, and that way we'll be able to move quickly between witnesses.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
So the chair will recognize Ed Brolin for the purposes of offering testimony on this legislation. Ed,
Good morning,
go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Ed Brolin. I'm the Director of Market Development for Con Edison Clean Energy Businesses. And I thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of LD 1819, a technical fix to the net energy billing program. Con Ed CEB is one of the nation's leading community solar developers and active in virtually every community solar market in the nation. Our team has been active in Maine since the passage of LD 1711 and is committed to helping policymakers in all community states enact best practices, legislation, regulations, sharing our experience across markets. Con Ed CEB strongly supports this effort to ensure that there is no gaming of the DG programs and that large utility scale projects not be carved up in order to be presented as distributed generation facilities and participate in the net energy billing program. Distributed generation should be distributed generation. But we submit that gaming the system is best addressed through the use of what is often referred to as a parcel policy, as LD 1819 does, and as has been done in a variety of other jurisdictions, as Representative Grochowski mentions in her testimony. None of the recently passed community solar bills in other states, SB 84 in New Mexico, H 1634 in Virginia, SB 2 in Delaware, or the associated regulatory orders or general law changes include the concept of geographic proximity. In fact, LD 1711 does not contain language around proximity. Maine PUC is alone in instituting this novel regulatory construct. We believe that establishing a parcel policy and setting a date certain before or on the date that legislation goes into effect, after which a parcel cannot be subdivided in order to participate in the program, is a simple, common sense solution to the potential problem of gaming the system. We are strongly in support of this bill and welcome the committee's consideration of this technical fix and are happy to answer any questions or provide additional information to the committee.
Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Brolin? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll go on to Jeremy Payne. And then if you could promote Jessica Robertson as well, Jason. Thank you. Jeremy, go ahead and testify.
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Payne. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Renewable Energy Association. My apologies in advance. You haven't received this testimony in advance. It seems like there's a common thread amongst many of us this morning, but my Wi-Fi has crashed, so I'm actually on my phone. So once everything is up and running again, I'll be sure to submit written testimony that's consistent with what I present to you here today verbally. First, we brought this issue to Representative Grochowski and asked her to consider sponsoring it and thank her for her willingness to do so. This was actually an issue that I raised with a few folks last spring for potential inclusion in the compromise NEB bill, LD 936, but frankly, given all the other complexities and lengthy debate, it was decided it would probably be better to attempt to address it this year instead. So given all that, I'm sure it's not that surprising that we're here in support of LD 1819. Certainly agree with what you just heard from Mr. Brolin, because we believe this is a simple and clear technical fix to ensuring that grid scale projects are not subdivided in order to become eligible for net energy billing programs. Stands to reason that everyone here shares the same goal found in LD 1819, again, to prohibit companies or projects from gaming the system to reduce in size large projects and squeeze them into our distributed generation programs and policies. The PUC's approach to protecting against this outcome has created unintended uncertainty, and a number of companies continue to seek clarity from the Commission through advisory ruling requests. In fact, as I believe Representative Sachs referenced in Representative Grochowski's testimony, there have been at least 24 advisory ruling requests submitted since the PUC's safe harbor criteria checklist was issued in September of 2020. But the PUC can certainly speak to the specific numbers if you all decide to ask them. This legislation will provide the same protections against system gaming by using the so-called parcel approach that a number of other states have pursued. As drafted in Section A1, it proposes to use November 22nd, 2019 as the cutoff date, because that was the date when the PUC's NEB implementing rules went into effect. So this makes clear that if any parcel was subdivided after that date and now seeks to host a community solar project, that would almost certainly be an attempt to inappropriately squeeze a grid scale project into the NEB programs. Notably, the bill does allow for the PUC to use its discretion if it believes the parcel was subdivided after that date for reasons unrelated to hosting a solar project. When development companies seek project financing, the ongoing uncertainty has led a number of companies to continue to submit those AR requests in pursuit of absolute clarity on whether their project is eligible for the NEB programs. This uncertainty around regulations will lead to higher financing costs, which limits the abilities for companies to offer savings to community solar subscribers. As you heard Representative Grochowski's testimony refer, these AR requests do require extra commission staff time and resources that are diverted away from other matters. The PUC has attempted to provide additional clarity through its
Jeremy, I just asked you, we're reaching the 3-minute limit to.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Bottom line is the safe harbor criteria that the PUC has proposed to attempt to create additional clarity is better than it was originally, but it's still problematic. We're aware that the PUC plans to testify in opposition to this bill, and we stand ready to work with them to address any and all of those concerns between now and the work session if the committee directs us to do so. With that, we respectfully urge you to vote off to pass, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Payne from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go on to Jessica Robertson. Jessica?
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jessica Robertson, and I'm the Director of Policy for Borrego Solar. I'm testifying today in support of LD 1819, enacted to define a discrete electric generating facility. Maine, like many other states, has incentive programs specifically for distributed renewable energy resources, which are defined as those with a capacity of 5 megawatts or less. DG incentive programs around the country also typically include rules that ensure larger scale resources don't take advantage of these incentives by subdividing into multiple smaller facilities. However, the definition of discrete electric generating facility that has been implemented by the Maine Public Utilities Commission over the last 18 months is literally miles more stringent than the norm. While most states define discrete facilities as those on separate or at most non-adjoining parcels, a lack of clarity in the Maine statute led the PUC to unilaterally rule that all facilities within 1 mile of one another are not discrete, while facilities between 1 and 5 miles apart must file for an advisory ruling to demonstrate that they have not achieved any economies of scale based on the proximity of the projects. Clarifying the legislature's intent for what constitutes a discrete facility is urgently needed for a number of reasons. First, a blanket declaration that all projects within 1 mile of each other are not discrete is using a sledgehammer when a scalpel is what's required. While it's sensible to prevent larger facilities from unfairly taking advantage of incentives intended for distributed resources, a landowner should not be prohibited from doing what she chooses with her land simply because her neighbor a mile down the road has already developed solar on their property. This prohibition violates common sense and has caused good projects to be abandoned. Second, the PUC's definition of discrete facility states that facilities must not share development or EPC contractors or other resources unless a developer can demonstrate that doing so provides no economies of scope or scale arising solely due to the facility's geographic proximity, end quote. This compounds the difficulty solar developers already face in sourcing construction and other services from Maine-based companies. While the renewable energy industry in Maine is growing rapidly, it takes time to build up the local capacity for constructing and operating solar projects. This additional burden of proving no economies of scale is counter to the legislature's intent for the growth of renewable energy to create economic opportunities for Maine workers and companies. Third, even projects between 1 and 5 miles apart that easily meet the PUC's criteria for discrete facilities usually still file for advisory rulings because they need the certainty of an affirmative ruling in order to secure financing. This causes unnecessary administrative burden on the PUC, which has many other urgent matters demanding the attention of the commissioners and staff. And finally, the cost associated with interconnecting renewable resources to the distribution grid in Maine is often the biggest make or break hurdle that a project has to clear. Clustering projects where there is available interconnection capacity or where multiple projects can share the expense of distribution upgrades is a common sense approach to make the most efficient use of private and ratepayer dollars and accelerate Maine's adoption of renewable energy. The definition of a discrete electric generating facility put forward by Representative Grochowski is a common sense definition that aligns with DG programs in many other states around the country, such as Massachusetts, New York, and Illinois. Passing this bill would reduce the administrative burden on the PUC, remove barriers to hiring Maine-based contractors, and make the most efficient use of existing and expanded interconnection capacity. I urge the committee to pass LD 1819. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Robertson. Are there questions from members of the committee? Representative Berry.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Robertson, for testifying. I'll ask you this question and also invite others to comment on the question. Is it relevant that Maine is a state which allows for larger projects to qualify for NEB? So, you know, a number of times we've heard reference to what other states and jurisdictions are doing. Does it matter here that Maine is one of the few states that allow NEB for projects up to 5 megawatts?
The 5 megawatt limit is typical in lots of different states for this type of distributed program, and including in states that have these separate parcels or non-adjoining parcels rule. So Massachusetts is the closest example of that.
Any follow-up, Representative Berry?
I guess I would love to learn more about that. Then I was under the impression that Maine was one of the few states that allow full NEB for projects up to 5 megawatts. And perhaps as a follow-up, and again, others could chime in here, we could learn a little bit more about what the landscape looks like now. It has been a while since I looked at this question.
Sorry, thanks. Now I understand your question. Yeah, so I mean, so the program distributed generation incentive programs are designed a little bit differently in every state. And so Maine's is different from Massachusetts and other states. However, I think that if if there's a concern about how the program is designed, that should be, and whether that's appropriate for projects of a certain size, then that should be addressed by, changing the design of the program. Putting a geographic boundary in order to address a question of program design is a roundabout way of doing it, and has all of these other unintended consequences that make the program less efficient and and make projects more expensive and don't take advantage of the interconnection advantages of having them closer together. So I think if that's a concern of the committee, that's something that the DG stakeholder group, which I'm a member of, is looking at, for a successor program to net energy billing. But I think a geographic boundary of 1 mile doesn't really get at that issue.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Representative Berry? Any other questions from the committee for Ms. Robertson? Seeing none, thank you very much. I believe now we have Caitlin Kelly O'Neill to testify.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is Caitlin Kelly O'Neill. I'm the Northeast Regional Director for the Coalition for Community Solar Access, and I'm here to testify before you today in support of LD 1819. As you've seen in testimony that's come before me, I fully support all of the points that have been made by Ed Brolin, Jeremy Payne, and Jessica Robertson. Since the passage of LD 1711, we've seen the growth of community solar in Maine, which has been successful in expanding the benefits of solar power to more Maine residents and also bringing jobs and local revenue to cities and towns. But as with many new programs, there are technical and implementation issues that have to be smoothed out. And this issue of defining a discrete generating electric facility is one such issue. As has been stated before, the reason for defining this and establishing this rule is to ensure that all eligible facilities meet that baseline eligibility criteria of being under 5 megawatts. And as a baseline eligibility criteria, kind of the most basic component for qualifying for the program, it's critical that developers know the application of this rule and know whether or not the project that they are pursuing may be eligible. While the Public Utilities Commission has taken steps to clarify their interpretation of this rule, establishing a parcel-based definition as this bill proposes is in line with similar rules in other state markets, as has been referenced. And it's just simply, it's much simpler to apply when you're working with landowners, talking to landowners, looking at sites. It's much easier to look at parcels and parcel boundaries than to determine, maybe this is under a mile, I don't know, you're not sure about other projects that may be in development. This is very clear and straightforward, and is in line with planning and land use practices. The current rule is difficult to interpret and apply for the market, and as evidenced by the many advisory ruling requests that have been submitted to the commission, each of which required a formal docket and dedicated commission time, it's turning into an instance where the commission is doing individual specific clarifications when there should be a general, easy to apply rule. So again, I strongly support the passage of 1819. I strongly support the statements made by my colleagues previously, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Ms. Kelly O'Neill? Seeing none, thank you very much. I believe that I have to check my list, but I apologize. I have 3 different screens going at once, so sometimes it's hard to follow them all, but I believe that completes the testimony of people wanting to testify in favor of this bill. I'd ask you now, Jason, to bring over opponents, and we'll start off with, I'm not sure Tony Buxton will be able to testify. Does he have a connection now?
He does not.
Okay. And I think Steve Hudson is willing to testify on his behalf. And so why don't you bring over Steve Hudson, and then also bring over Mitch Tannenbaum, and if Phil Bartlett is interested in testifying, Phil Bartlett too as well. I don't see Mitch on there, but I do see just Phil. So bring over Phil. Hi, Steve. You all set up?
I think I'm ready to go. If you can hear me okay, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
So we've moved on to people interested in testifying in opposition to this bill, and I'll recognize Steve Hudson.
Thank you very much. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am not Anthony Buxton, but rather Steve Hudson, an attorney with the law firm of Purdy Flaherty, here today to provide testimony on behalf of the Industrial Energy Consumer Group in opposition to LD 1819. Members of the committee know IECG is an association of large energy consumers and has been active for more than 40 years on energy costs. The committee has heard from proponents of this legislation that it merely seeks clarification of the existing rule. This mere clarification goes far beyond clarity, though, and instead would allow a new form of gaming of Maine's distributed generation programs for the benefit of developers, most of whom are out-of-state developers, increasingly funded by multinational investment firms. We are well beyond the concept of homegrown solar by home state developers for Maine residents. Of 282 project sponsors and related entities registered with the PUC, only 36 listed a company address in Maine. Maine-based developers account for less than 13% of the entities registered with the PUC. Massachusetts has more than twice as many developers on the PUC list. The PUC that at issue here was adopted to ensure that larger developers and larger projects not gain Maine's effort to support distributed generation by taking large projects and creating artificial distinctions to create numerous smaller projects and reaping exorbitant profits due to the higher NEB rates for such smaller projects. This bill, while certainly well intended by its sponsor, would not only eliminate nearly every test put in place by the commission to stop such gaming, but would leave the commission with only one test related to discrete generating facilities. One that ignores their expertise on energy projects, but leaves them in the uncomfortable and unaccustomed position of making determinations regarding subdivisions, issues traditionally left to the Maine DEP and municipalities. We would note that the commission's current rule was developed while considering the DEP's common scheme of development principles that the IECG supported before the commission. The DEP's rules are premised on every development receiving separate analysis to determine whether the site location law is being skirted. The PUC adopted a similar case-by-case assessment approach. This bill curtails that case-by-case scrutiny. LD 936 from last session contained a goal of 750 megawatts of NEB projects in what the proponents referred to as NEB 1.0. This bill will remove one of the constraints in place to ensure that this goal is not exceeded. From all we can tell, we think that goal is going to be far exceeded. We all know that efforts are underway to create an NEB 2.0, but with this bill passing, that may not be a feasible outcome to cost effectively meet Maine's goals on renewable energy and distributed generation. With all respect, this committee enacted LD 1711, which I note was not a bipartisan vote in the Maine House, in 2019, with unprecedented and now well-documented unduly expensive programs to be paid for by Maine ratepayers. Part of the implicit control was the concept of small distributed generation projects. But now the truly sad thing is that many Mainers think that they have signed up for renewable power through such arrangements, but aren't being told that since they or their project sponsors are not retiring the RECs associated with generation, they aren't using renewable power at their homes or businesses at all. This is another one of the big lies associated with NEB. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on LD 1819. I would be happy to answer any questions now or at the work session. I'm going to be providing an updated version of my testimony, which I had been marking up with Mr. Buxton not being available. But IECG urges this committee to vote ought not to pass on the bill, or at most turn it into a resolve that sends this issue to the NEB 2.0 stakeholders group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. And I have to deal with the scheduling issues, so I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Seth Berry, to complete this testimony.
Thank you, Senator. And we'll go straight to questions for Mr. Hudson, if there are any from the committee. Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you.
we'll move you back to attendee, and Chair Bartlett is up next to testify in opposition.
Good morning, Representative Barry, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be with you. I am here to testify in opposition to this legislation. As an initial matter, I want to clarify something that I think is confusing based on the testimony you've heard so far. When we're talking about discrete facilities, we're talking about preventing two facilities owned by the same entity or with the same financial interest from locating very close together. There's no prohibition on multiple facilities being nearby. So if you have one landowner who has a facility and another landowner who wants to have a facility on their property, as long as there's different owners, no shared financial interest, no economies of scale that are equivalent to breaking up that project into two smaller pieces, there's no prohibition going forward. Similarly, you could have as many projects near a substation as can fit. They just can't all be owned by the same entity, because the whole purpose here, our understanding of the rationale for the requirement that the facilities be discrete, is that these are very large subsidies that are going to projects that can't benefit from the economies of scale that larger ones can. And so that's the justification for having these discrete facilities. So that's, I think, the guiding principle here is there's no prohibition nothing that prevents multiple projects from being close together. They just can't be by a single owner taking advantage of economies of scale. The two reasons we're opposed to it, the first primarily is that we do think that this will create a new form of gaming. Last session, you limited the number of projects who could participate between 2 and 5 megawatts while a new program is being developed. This could effectively allow a 5 megawatt project who may not meet the criteria to participate in the current program to break their project up into 2 or 3 smaller projects and thereby get into the system by having each one less than 2 megawatts. And we think that is directly contrary to the legislation that you passed. And secondly, we think that this is clearly at odds with what we've tried to do to implement your prior legislation and define a discrete generating facility. Again, our primary purpose was making sure that there's not gaming, that you're not having a large facility breaking itself up to get the benefit of these much larger subsidies that are intended for small and discrete projects. To date, we've received through January 7th, we've received 26 requests for advisory rulings, and we have issued rulings on 22 of these. Admittedly, early on, there was some confusion as we were trying to develop a standard. We very quickly, in response to industry concerns, developed a safe harbor criteria, which we've attached to our testimony, which are designed to provide some clear guide maps. And now a lot of the requests we get are simply to confirm that the project does in fact meet those safe harbor criteria. So a lot of the work in terms of developing this has been done. And we do think that when you're looking at multiple projects that are very close together, it does make sense to have a fact-specific inquiry by the commission to make sure that these are truly discrete and not taking advantage of economies of scale. Again, our understanding of the legislation, both in 2019 and 2021, is to support small, standalone, distributed generation resources, not suites of projects close together that could just as easily be part of a large procurement. In our procurements, we've seen projects as small as 10 megawatts bid in at fairly reasonable rates. So we know that when you're clustering these larger projects, you should be able to take advantage of economies of scale and should not need the level of subsidy that's required here. So those are the reasons we are opposed to legislation. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions now at work session. And I've intentionally not read through my testimony, but we have provided a lot more detail and history there that you can review as well.
Thank you, Chairman Bartlett. And are there questions for the PUC chair from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chair Bartlett, for your testimony here. I do have a question regarding looking at your written testimony. I would surmise from it that you expect if this bill were to pass that you would see an increase in projects that would qualify. Last week, in answer to a question from this committee, you responded that in spite of the 750 megawatt goal for net energy billing, from 1711. The PUC expects to see probably a minimum of 1,000 megawatts that will qualify. My question is, if this bill passes, would that number still hold up, or would you see that as increasing? Thank you.
You know, it's really hard to know. I mean, the question is going to come, I think. We're already seeing some projects downsizing from 5 megawatts to just under 2 megawatts to take advantage of the program. So I expect we'll continue to see that. The real question here is whether this creates an opportunity for that project to create 2 or 3 smaller projects, just effectively get their 4.99 megawatts close together and qualify for net energy billing. So we certainly see that as a clear sort of loophole that this creates that could enable projects that would not otherwise qualify to get in. So yes, I mean, I think our expectation is this would mean more projects. And more projects by single owners, by the smaller group of developers.
Representative Foster, a follow-up question.
Yes, if I could. Thank you, Chair Bartlett. So my next question would be, for those projects that have sought PUC approval, or have you had any that were that the PUC refused approval based on any of these criteria that are currently present that this bill would address, that have come back and complained that they weren't justly heard, or that the PUC was in error? Thank you.
When we first started doing these advisory rulings, we did deny at least a couple, 2 or 3. And that is when we shifted to the safe harbor approach, because we realized that we were getting into some of the nuance. It was important that we define what we clearly thought was acceptable. And that's when we developed the safe harbor criteria. Since we've done that, almost all of the requests that have come in have been about whether they satisfy the safe harbor or not. And it's really a matter of us just saying, yeah, based on what you've submitted, this would qualify as a safe harbor. And we issued that ruling in a very straightforward way. So I think early on, I think we all were struggling to figure out what it meant to be discrete. And then we fairly quickly moved to that safe harbor approach that seems to have resolved most of the issues in terms of, we certainly are not getting requests. And maybe the industry could explain why that we're not getting requests for projects that are closer together. They don't meet the safe harbor if there's some reason folks are holding back. But what we're seeing are sort of, here are our attestations of what the project is, and does this meet the safe harbor? And we're able to quickly determine whether it does or not.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Foster, others? Chair Bartlett, I'm interested in a little more detail on what is meant by economies of scale. Because it strikes me that's a very important piece of the Commission's current method. Is the primary concern to prevent the gaming where, Company A has a 10 megawatt opportunity here, and Company B has a 10 megawatt opportunity there, and they essentially just say, hey, I'll give you half of mine if you give me half of yours, and go forward with a much better bargain than they would have otherwise had? Or, what exactly is meant by economy of scale? Is it simply sharing a surveyor, or is it the more egregious circumstance that I described earlier?
It's probably somewhat fact specific, and our safe harbor criteria try to provide some contours of this. But for example, if you're building 2 facilities very close together and you're building them at the same time with the same contractors, same financing, everything was the same. That is essentially one project that is sort of being done at the same time. You're just having parts delivered to two different, locations. That's the kind of thing we're looking for. So when we start to see separation, that one project's being developed, a year or two ahead of another project, when you see that they're not using the same contractors, or the contracts are negotiated differently. Those are the kinds of things we're looking at to see whether they're taking advantage of economies of scale. We're looking at, clearly, one clearly defined thing in the safe harbor. Are they sharing the same access road, right? I mean, are you building a road that's serving two different projects? Those are the kinds of things that can create economies of scale. So that's what we're looking out for. It's really to make sure that each project is individual when they're being owned or financed by exactly the same people.
Thank you. And a final question for me. I think it's my last one. Does any of that matter to ratepayers? If the legislative intent of LD 1711 was the value, whether we agree with it or don't, the value that policymakers perceived to ratepayers from these largely solar projects that are presumably located in an area of the grid that can handle it. How does the economy of scale that is internal to the developer's economics really matter to the ratepayer?
I think this goes down to legislative intent. I mean, what we're trying to do is apply the law as you passed it, which defined discrete, or which required that the facilities be discrete, which our understanding was, meaning that they are separate standalone projects. I think you could design a program, and I've made suggestions in the stakeholder group looking at the DG 2.0, that you might be better off actually allowing some sort of procurement where developers could come in with a suite of projects. If you're going to have a developer who really wants to come in and build 10 projects in the state, fine, let's bid them in and get the best price we can. The challenge here is that the whole legislative structure you've set up provides a very rich incentive, which is geared towards standalone projects that cannot benefit from the economies of scale. So the justification for the very high tariff rate, well, I thought, was because these are discrete and cannot take advantage of the economies of scale. So I think that's, the challenge here is you're going to be letting a lot more folks in the door of this program with a very lucrative subsidy that may not need it if they're building these economies of scale. And you might be better off from a policy perspective looking at 2.0 to figure out, okay, if we really want to leverage economies of scale, let's do that in a way that will maximize the benefit to ratepayers. But ultimately, it's a policy call for you. I mean, if you decide really that the discrete generating facility term doesn't matter, or that's your call to make. But our concern is that it really just undermines what we thought was the structure of the policy that you passed.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'm going to turn it back to my Senate co-chair.
Thank you. And I'd like to take a brief break from this we're actually, I believe, at the end of the testimony of the people in opposition to this bill. Is there anybody else in the waiting room and the attendees who plans to testify on this bill? I don't see any, so I'll declare the hearing closed. I did have a chance to talk to Eric Johnson from ISO New England in the break. We're running about 35 minutes behind. He was set to start at 11:30, and I'm just going to toss it out to the committee to see what you want to do. He says his presentation is going to last about 20 minutes. I expect that there will be many detailed questions for ISO New England, but he has a 1 o'clock. So he could either start now, and understanding that we'd have to finish up, absolutely have a hard stop, probably a little bit before 1 o'clock, or we can start up at 1:30 after he completes his 1 o'clock for the presentation from ISO New England. So I'll just ask people to chime in and see what they think. Senator Kessler.
I would be a fan of plowing forward and doing that sooner than later.
Okay. Anyone else?
My apologies that I actually have to run over to judiciary, so I'm going to be signing off. So if 1:30 would be great, but I understand if others want to move forward.
Yeah, I should mention that Senator Vitelli and Representative Sachs have to go over to EUT for to judiciary for a bill. Representative Berry?
I also intend to pop over to judiciary for a bit. So would have a slight preference for 1:30, but I'll make myself as available as possible for this committee comes first. So I'll be here if I need to at 12:30.
Anyone else? Representative Carlo?
I have a meeting at 1:30 as well. So at that point, I won't be able to be participant in this.
And anything from Representative Ziegler?
Yes, I'd like to continue.
And then we have 3 continue, 3 1:30. Representative Foster or Representative Wadsworth, any thoughts?
You know me, Chair. Lawrence, I'm happy with whatever the committee wants to do, but I'm willing to plow through and end the day sooner.
Representative Wadsworth?
I'd prefer to plow through myself, Mr. Chair.
So I think there is a majority for plowing through. Can you bring Eric Johnson over and see if he's comfortable presenting now?
He should be on his way.
Okay. Why don't you come on when you have a second, Eric? Just start your video and start your audio. He may be checking to see if he can reschedule his 1 o'clock. There he is. Okay. So Eric, we discussed it, and I think the committee would prefer if you can present now, that we go through it and try to finish up so you can get to your 1 o'clock. And then if we need you for additional questions later on, we'd have to ask you back for additional time. Are you comfortable with that? Okay.
Senator, I'd be happy to make myself available however the committee needs us.
Good, and thank you for coming. So public hearings are closed, but we did want to hear from ISO New England, and ISO New England is one of those quasi-governmental agencies that plays an extremely important role in energy pricing and energy in Maine, both from a standpoint of pricing, but also from a standpoint of security of the system, safety of the system, and reliability of the system. So I do want to give him plenty of time. We do have a couple of new members on the committee who haven't been able to do the ISO New England tour. I was able to do it about 3 years ago, and I found it extremely informative and extremely important in understanding this committee. So our goal down the road, Ed, is to, when we have the ability, is to come down for a tour. But if you could do a presentation to us to give us an overview of what is ISO New England, how does it operate, and how does it affect Maine electric utility consumers?
Okay, that sounds good. And I'm going to share the screen here, making sure I have the rights to do that.
Jason, does he have the rights to share his screen?
Would you like me to make him a co-host? He
Please.
should be able to either way, but
Please. So we're making you a co-host, Eric. Are you all set? Good.
I think so. Excellent. Thank you, Senator Lawrence. Thank you, Chairman Berry, as well, for the invitation. And in the past, we've welcomed the members of the committee to tour our facilities. And as soon as we are reopened to those types of events, we'd be happy to have any members of the committee back. And I'd be happy to be a resource to anybody else who's trying to get up to speed on any of the issues related to the ISO or the regional system. For the record, my name is Eric Johnson. I direct the external affairs team at ISO New England. Today, I'm going to share a little bit about the ISO as an organization, the work we're doing with the states regionally, and then we'll talk about the winter outlook. And I'd be happy to take questions along the way or however the chair sees appropriate. So to start out, ISO New England was created in 1997. Previously, the power system was operated by affiliates of the New England Power Pool, or NEPOOL. And two things were happening in the energy industry in the late 1990s. The New England states, for the most part, were looking at opening up a competition for retail supply, and that's all state jurisdictional. Those were the deregulation or restructuring acts that were put into effect by the state legislatures. Ultimately, 5 of the 6 New England states, with the exception of Vermont, pursued some form of restructuring. At the same time, Congress was looking to open up the transmission system, providing open access to new power producers in the competitive space. And so while the states were creating opportunities for customers to have some form of retail choice, the region and FERC sought to develop an independent entity to oversee the transmission system for New England in a restructured environment, and also to create the wholesale markets structure for the region, which did not exist prior to the 1990s. So we are regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC. Our primary responsibility is the reliability of the bulk electric system. And we'll have a couple of acronyms. I'll try to spell them out early on, but the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, or NERC, which has been in existence for quite some time, setting reliability standards. They have been designated by our regulator FERC to set reliability standards, and we operate to those standards. And then 2 things are unique attributes of our organization. First of all the employees of the ISO have to abide by a code of conduct, which means we cannot own any financial interest in any of the companies that participate in the wholesale market. That also applies to the independent board that oversees the organization. And secondly, we develop the wholesale market to select resources for the region, and the ISO itself is neutral on technology. So we don't identify particular resources that we want to bring into the system. The markets largely identify that, with significant influence from the states as they shape the resources that they want to bring into the wholesale market. The ISO itself has 3 main functions, and looking left to right, these are ordered in the time that we were granted these responsibilities by FERC. So I mentioned 1997, that's when we started operating the electric grid. The ISO you can think of as the equivalent of the air traffic controller. So we don't own transmission lines or generators, much like air traffic control doesn't own the planes. Their job is to make sure that planes take off and land safely. Our job is to make sure that supply of electricity and demand for electricity are kept in perfect balance 24 hours a day. We not only operate the transmission system for New England, but we also coordinate the flows of electricity with our neighbors in New Brunswick, Quebec, and New York. And when I refer to the electric grid or the transmission system, we're talking about the high voltage lines. That would not include the distribution lines, the poles and wires in your community, which would be below the system that is operated by the ISO. Second category is market administration. So we have responsibility to design, operate, and oversee the wholesale markets here in New England. They were first created in 1999 as the intermarkets for the region. At that time, there was actually one price for electricity at the wholesale level, New England wide. But the ultimate plan was to introduce locational pricing. And so we now have what's known as zonal pricing in New England. So each of the 6 states is a separate zone, and we calculate a wholesale price for each state. Massachusetts, because it is larger in terms of the number of utilities in the state, is actually 3 separate zones. So we calculate a wholesale price for New England, which is a hub price, but we also calculate wholesale prices for each of the 6 states. And the best comparison for the wholesale market would be perhaps a stock exchange where the ISO is not buying and selling directly. We provide a wholesale market platform where suppliers and generators can offer to sell electricity, and the load serving entities and the utilities that buy for consumers would be purchasing electricity. There are a couple of exceptions. We do buy emergency energy, and we can buy power from our neighbors' powering systems. We also buy capacity on behalf of the region on a forward basis through the forward capacity market. And that's an annual auction that makes sure that we have enough resources lined up in the future to meet what we forecast to be the demand for electricity. And then the third category is power system planning. This responsibility was given to the ISO in the 2000 timeframe. So we have a sole responsibility to look at the needs for the bulk transmission system, and looking out 5 to 10 years, we develop a forecast of what the demand will be, and we need to make sure that the transmission system is robust enough to meet those needs and the reliability standards that we must operate to under NERC. In addition to looking at the transmission system, any resource that wants to connect to the bulk power system falls into this planning category as well. And so we administer a generator interconnection study queue, sometimes just referred to as the ISO queue, which is really a line of resources that apply to be studied by the ISO to connect into the grid. And I'll talk a little bit about the types of resources that want to come online. And there is some analysis that's now underway at the request of the states to look beyond this 10-year horizon, and I'll discuss that as well. So when we think about the power grid, we think of New England as a large region, but it's really part of a much larger power system. And the Eastern interconnection, which is highlighted here in the orange, really goes from the East Coast to the Rocky Mountains and as far south as Florida. There are 2 other interconnections in the United States, the Western interconnection, which is everything on the other side of the Rockies. And then most of Texas is part of the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, or ERCOT. And if you know your American history, you might understand why Texas, as the Lone Star State, has its own interconnection. So this system in New England is connected to the rest of the Eastern interconnection through AC transmission, alternating current. That means that the power flows based on where the demands are. So we have to watch very closely the power that's scheduled to flow in and out of New England. So we're not taking too much power from the interconnection or pushing power out to the rest of the interconnection. You'll see that the Quebec interconnection is in a darker color. It's actually not an AC connection to New England. We only have direct current or DC transmission. And the characteristic of DC transmission is that the power is scheduled to only flow in one direction at a time. And for New England, the primary flow is that we are a net importer. And we tend to import from Quebec in New Brunswick and export to New York, although those power flows could go in the reverse direction. As I mentioned, we're subject to the reliability standards by NERC, but also the Northeast Power Coordinating Council, which is a region within NERC sets reliability standards. So zooming into the New England region, this map is the transmission system for New England. We're not actually looking at any highways or roads. This is the 345 kV system shown in blue, the 115 kV system in red, and some 230 kV. So blue lines you could think of as equivalent to the I-95 corridor in the region, moving most of the volume of traffic. But in this case, we're talking about electricity. And the transmission system, it was built initially around the larger nuclear stations. So you'll see terminals where the transmission system connects to the location of existing and former nuclear stations. We have, looking around the region, 13 ties to neighboring regions. So where there's a line that connects to the edge of New England, that's tying into one of our 3 neighboring regions. And on an annual basis, generally consistent over time, we import about 20% of the electricity that we need. So that's pretty common within the region. This transmission system was built essentially for reliability needs. And we've made significant investments as a region, nearly $12 billion in the last 2 decades, to make sure that the system can meet those demands for electricity. One of the larger examples would be the MPRP project that was completed in Maine. But in addition to building transmission for reliability, a number of developers are proposing to build transmission, as folks in Maine are aware, to bring non-carbon emitting resources into the New England marketplace. So that's a quick snapshot of the organization. In terms of what we do, our mission really is to plan and operate the system to ensure that we have both a reliable source of supply, but also competitively priced wholesale electricity. And in New England, the price at the wholesale level across most of the states is pretty common throughout most of the year. As we've built more transmission into the region, we're generally able to turn on the most cost-effective or lowest price resources to meet the demand for electricity. There may be times when the demand is higher in one area and there could be transmission constraints. We could see higher prices in one state, but historically the prices have been a little bit lower in Maine relative to some of the other states, in part because Maine has developed a lot of generation within its state boundaries. So that's the mission, that's what we do. Our vision, this is something that was adopted by our board of directors and our organization at the end of last year, really a vision of where we're going. And building on the mission, it's to harness the power of competitive markets, advanced technologies that are coming forward, and to make sure that we're planning and operating the grid as we transition to clean energy. And clearly the New England states have set a course for decarbonization and increased use of renewable energy. So that's a very significant component of how we see our role planning for the future. I'd like to just cover a couple of snapshots at the regional level, and then we'll drill into some of the states. We can look back at the year 2000, which is really the beginning of the wholesale market timeframe. And at one point, nuclear provided about 31% of the energy in the region. That has declined with a few retirements, notably Vermont Yankee and the Pilgrim Station. We still have nuclear stations in New Hampshire and Connecticut. The biggest changes, however, have been from oil and coal, which, believe it or not, at one point powered about 40% of the electricity needs in New England. For the past several years, they've been fractions of a percent. So we typically only burn coal and oil when it gets really cold in New England in this kind of time frame. If you're looking at the ISO website, you will probably see coal and oil showing up in the system mix. But the biggest change, as you're, I'm sure, aware, is the shift toward natural gas, which at one point was only 15%. This is looking at a calendar year 2020 was over 50%, but on any given day, this number could be in the 60% range. Hydro numbers are relatively stable. We don't see a lot of development of hydro. I think we've maximized a lot of that capability in the region. And the renewable numbers have not grown markedly over this time frame, but we do know with the course that the states have set that those numbers will have to grow substantially to get to a clean energy future. So looking briefly at what the states are signaling they want, this is not an ISO obligation or a reliability need, but it helps us understand directionally what types of resources will be coming forward. And Maine's an interesting story. With the change in administration, Maine went really from the bottom of this list in terms of its goals for renewable energy right to the top. So you'll see among the highest goals for renewable energy New England wide are in Maine. Vermont is sort of in a different category on this scale. They are shown there, but they have different treatment for certain types of renewable resources. So this is what we expect for targets for renewable energy. At the same time, you know that the states have both aspirational goals and mandated goals for decarbonization. And I've highlighted a couple of them here, including the requirements and emissions goals in Maine, which are significant. Coming back to the ISOQ, this is a snapshot in time. It's updated continuously, but it shows what types of projects are seeking to connect to the grid in the future. And if we were to do a side-by-side with this data and we compare to what was in the queue 5 years ago, it would look very, very different. So today, wind is the largest type of resource that's under study in the region, followed by solar, battery storage, and natural gas barely shows up there as number 4. In years past, and really from the beginning of the study process, natural gas was the dominant resource. Solar didn't even show up in the queue. Battery storage was in the miscellaneous category, and we did have wind in the queue. So it's really flipped. It's largely wind, and if you were asked, well, why is that? A large part of that is the state policies that are supporting these resources coming into the market. And then shifting to the right side, there's a map that helps you understand geographically where is the wind. And most of this is developed in the lease areas in federal waters offshore of Martha's Vineyard. We don't have detailed maps, but you can sort of see the magnitude of it. We know that historically Maine has seen a lot of proposals for wind onshore. The transmission has been a barrier for that. I know that's very much front and center in Maine right now, thinking about ways to tie in resources that could be developed in the county, bringing those closer to the New England market. If you take a look at the details for Maine within the queue, there's about 2,000 megawatts that are within Maine. By far, most of that is solar, grid scale solar, about 1,500 megawatts. So a substantial share of what you see here is proposed in Maine. We have about 400 megawatts of battery storage proposed for Maine, and there's several hundred megawatts of wind as well. We have a number of studies that are looking at the future grid, but I'm going to just pause and see if there are any questions, and then we'll shift into the winter outlook.
So I have to apologize. I have to bring myself back online. I'm trying to focus on this and also look at other materials. So I appreciate the pause, Ed. Are there questions from the committee at this point? Representative Wadsworth?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if the ISO was nervous about the intermittency of just the new proposed resources coming online. Doesn't really seem to be any new baseload resources coming online, but solar and wind, and would just like to hear their response to that.
That's a great question. If you were to concentrate all of the solar or all of the wind in one location, that could be problematic, but we're seeing that the solar is pretty widely distributed across the region. We have maps that show the concentrations and density of it, and it's really not sitting all in one location. So even if you had cloud cover in part of New England at one time, you would still likely have daylight and sun illuminating the solar panels at other times. If you had total cloud cover in the region, it's not a matter of intermittency so much as you just don't get any output from those resources. So, you know, cloudy days with lots of solar mean that we need to have other resources available to provide energy when they're not producing electricity. But the largest resource in terms of offshore wind is expected to have a higher capacity factor, meaning there's more output in the offshore projects because the wind there's a steady ocean breeze. It tends to run strong overnight. It tends to run really strong when it's cold, which lines up with the demands on the electric grid. So we're seeing that in the area off of Massachusetts, but I know that Maine is looking at the floating technology, and that would correspond well with the demands for electricity. So if it was in one location, it would be more of a concern. It's likely to be spread out, and we'll probably be able to get more value out of those resources.
Okay, I have Representative Kessler, and then Representative Ziegler, and then Representative Wadsworth again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Eric. In regard to this particular slide, might you be able to tell us how long it may take for all of these projects to get through the queue, and exactly how much is that going to offset the existing natural gas generation?
Okay, very, very good question. So let's provide some context for the total number here. 30,000 megawatts is proposed. Historically, there's been a significant amount of attrition. So projects once they enter the queue, they don't always become commercial. Some projects may identify that what they thought was a good place to connect to the system is actually a very congested point where there's lots of other generation competing for that transmission. So they may withdraw from the queue. But I think that the main takeaway is you can't tie into the system without going through the queue. So it is a good indication of the characteristics and the types of technologies that are under study. We also have a system now of about 31,000 megawatts. We wouldn't need to double our generation capacity, so we won't need all 30,000 megawatts to become commercial. But as we see retirements of either nuclear or coal or oil facilities, we certainly would need to have replacement energy. That could come from wind, it could come from the other resources represented here, or it could be additional imports into the region. And I just want to step back to one of the questions from Representative Wadsworth. He asked about sort of the baseload factor. Historically, New England has had a lot of baseload generation, meaning resources that had fuel on site and ran pretty much around the clock. We're shifting to a system that has a lot of variable generation, and that creates some challenges. So what do we do when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing? We need some resources that can provide flexible generation. Today, that comes from the gas-fired generation on the system. So they ramp up and down to meet that capability. But as more and more renewable energy comes onto the system, those resources have typically a zero price for fuel. So they'll take whatever price is coming out of the wholesale market, and it will start to displace that gas-fired generation over time. And so the question is, will those gas-fired resources that we rely on continue to operate as more and more renewable energy displaces that energy in the course of the year? So we don't plan for baseload generation, but we're going to have to plan for having flexible generation as we lose baseload generation.
Representative Ziegler?
There was one other question about the timing. So projects that come into the queue in Maine, for example, when projects were proposed in areas where there wasn't transmission, the cost of building that transmission and the study time were longer. Generally, it's about a year or so for most of the study work to be completed for a lot of the major generation projects. They vary on a case-by-case basis. But if you propose to build a resource in an area where there's plenty of transmission, that really will help expedite the study work.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, and thank you for being here to explain this to us. I was at an energy conference in Colorado this last summer, and they're producing a tremendous amount of renewable energy. Is there any chance that the country could unify and be able to take that energy that they want to dump at this particular point? Or is it always going to be segmented at the Rockies?
Well, there have been proposals for a number of years to look at the country as sort of resource areas which have abundant wind, for example, in the Plain States, and areas that have high demand. And so one concept would be to build really high voltage transmission spanning the country and tying those two areas together. That proposal has met some different ideas here in New England. A number of years ago, the New England governors came to the ISO and said, we're not really interested in paying for transmission to import power from the Midwest. We really want to develop renewable energy here in New England. We have great potential for that. And they asked the ISO to do some technical analysis, and we showed that really there is almost unlimited renewable energy potential. Some things you won't cite in the parks, Appalachian Trail, but offshore wind, there's significant potential there. So I think New England has looked within its geography and offshore as the best option there, not to expand transmission to other parts of the country. That could change, but that's kind of been the response to early proposals.
Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see, the tranches of offshore wind that's been built in southern New England. Do you know roughly where that capacity factor is for that offshore wind versus on land wind, which isn't the right term?
Yeah, so we think of it as offshore and onshore. The only offshore wind in New England right now is the Block Island offshore wind project. It's 30 megawatts. The turbines that are being proposed for offshore in the federal waters are much, much larger than that. So they would have a higher capacity factor because of the scale and the size of the turbines. But the comparison between onshore wind, I think, is in the high 20s to low 30 for the capacity factor, and the capacity factor for offshore wind, I've seen 35 to 50, sort of a broad range. But those are the indications are that offshore wind has much higher output relative to the onshore wind projects. Of course, you have to plan a project to operate in harsh ocean conditions. So it's not as simple as just putting an onshore turbine out in the ocean. There's higher costs for doing that.
Thank you.
Representative Barry.
Thank you. And I apologize that I'm bouncing between this hearing and this session and a public hearing in another committee. So perhaps you've answered this, but I just want to give you an opportunity to speak about cost. In particular, I'm interested in transmission. We have seen very significant increases in our transmission costs here in the state of Maine, and I think this is true of the entire ISO region. Since I came out of this committee in 2007, in particular, at that time, as you may recall, the legislature even considered leaving the ISO. One of the biggest frustrations was related to costs, and at that time, the transmission costs were about a penny per kilowatt hour delivered. The costs since then have more than tripled. We're now well north of 3 cents. And New England as a region is by far the most expensive in the lower 48. So can you speak to costs and how the ISO is working to constrain costs going forward around transmission.
Can I ask you to pause 1 second, Eric? Somebody, and I don't know if it's you, Representative Berry, has, I think, the judiciary or another committee hearing going on in their office, and we can hear it. So I'd ask you if you just silence that when your microphone is on. Go ahead, Eric.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Berry. When we think about the transmission costs, you have to step back to the sort of baseline, which was in the early 2000s when the ISO was given responsibility for transmission planning. There really had been a lack of any investment in the bulk power system in decades in New England. Most of the investment was going into generation and the nuclear fleet. We're talking about pre-ISO timeframes. And so the region had to play a game of catch up to upgrade the transmission system. And we talked earlier about $12 billion of investment region-wide. And ultimately, every state had projects that were part of that build out, and every state shares the cost of those investments. So you're right, the cost of transmission has gone up as we've made those investments. We're coming to the end of the build out for reliability, so we don't see large scale transmission upgrades on the horizon. That could change depending on retirement. So if a large power station retires and we're dependent on the transmission around it, we may need upgrades in that area. But for the most part, we expect we've addressed most of the reliability needs in the region. We'll probably shift from investments requiring billions of dollars to tens and hundreds of millions, which are much smaller relative to the projects we've seen over the past 2 decades. When you think about transmission, you could certainly say that those costs have gone up significantly, but if you look at the overall cost, we've seen energy prices come down substantially over time. They tend to be high when we have really cold weather in the winter, and that's really a symptom of the lack of fuel infrastructure to bring gas into the region. But if your transmission costs are up, but your energy costs are down overall, you have to look at those things sort of in an all-in basis. So we still think that the value of building this transmission and having the competitive markets does provide significant benefits over time to the customers. The other component of your energy costs is, of course, the capacity that we need on the system. So capacity prices started in the 2010 timeframe to increase as we saw retirements of plants, and then we've seen investment, and then those prices have come down. And for several years in a row, we've seen a decline in the capacity prices. So the big 3 things that are moving are, yes, transmission has gone up, but we don't expect that to go up indefinitely. Capacity costs will move up and down depending on what retires on the system. And then the energy price really is a function of what's the price of fuel. And for New England, which is still at the end of the pipeline, that does create challenges for the region.
Okay, I think we have an additional question from Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Johnson, thank you for being here. In regards to battery storage and the future of that, my understanding is currently in Maine, most of the projects that are in place or proposed are commercial enterprises designed to take advantage of peak load returns, if you will, on their storage, taking advantage economically of that. However, as we look at standby or base generation going away, such as natural gas and nuclear, battery storage, which seems to be the primary consideration for storage, becomes more important. I'm wondering what ISO thinks about how much would be needed, or the cost of that, and also how long it can actually back up the system, if you will, for wind and solar when needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Foster. The battery storage that we're seeing come on to the system is almost entirely the lithium ion technology. And those resources would have the ability to store energy and then discharge. The time frame that they could supply power back to the system is on the scale of hours. So it would help within a day. It might help over the course of a peak. If we get into a tight situation for a cold spell, you could discharge that battery and provide power to the grid, but then you need to recharge it overnight, and we still might be constrained on fuel. So what we really need is some type of seasonal energy storage in the region. That could come in a couple forms. That sort of the largest example of that would be the power that we get from Hydro-Quebec. They store the energy in reservoirs, and then it's delivered to us via transmission. We see that in on-site oil. So a gas plant that could switch to burn oil, that's energy storage in some form. LNG, which comes into the pipeline system in the region, can serve generation directly, or it could be stored in tanks the way the local distribution companies do for their customers. Those are the types of things that provide longer duration energy storage. So the types of technologies that are in the queue right now, we don't really see that as a long-term solution for balancing the scale of wind and solar that are coming onto the system. They certainly will help, but we also don't have control over how those customers use those batteries necessarily. They may be using it to sort of manage their use of energy relative to peak and offsetting some of their capacity costs, which is not necessarily going to be added value to the grid operator when we get into a solar or a wind drought.
Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope I'm not jumping too far ahead with this question. But there's been concern from some folks about the amount of electrification of heating occurring currently, mainly through adoption of air source heat pumps. And I was wondering if you had a gauge on the impact of that adoption in Maine and throughout New England, if you feel that we are still well within a safe area without overwhelming the grid in the near term.
Thank you, Representative Kessler. When we think about electrification, we've actually started to forecast what that would look like in terms of increased electricity demand from two sources. One would be air source heat pumps in the heating category, and then light duty vehicles in the transportation sector of the economy. We do an annual forecast. We're coming into our second or third year. So currently the deployments are relatively small. So it's not producing high demand for electricity. But if you think about in Maine, the governor's goal for, I think it's 100,000 heat pumps, we're starting to see over time that increases the demand, but you're talking in the latter part of this decade. So that concern is not immediate. Also on the transportation side, because most of us still drive vehicles that are not electric vehicles. But as more of us do, then that will create more demands on the grid. So I think that's probably a longer term challenge for the region, but it's very helpful for us to get good data from policymakers on where they want their constituents and their businesses and their industries to grow, because that's the only way we can forecast what those needs will be, and then figure out, do we have the supply to match that growth and demand? And I'll just show this chart here, number 13, looks at 3 time frames, 2000 and 2018. And you can see the clean energy was a share of the energy mix, but when you get to 2050, most of your energy has to be clean in order to meet the state requirements. And so that is going to double the demand for electricity in New England. And in that time frame, you're going to need a lot of those resources that are in the queue and other technologies that maybe aren't on the horizon yet to help support that demand.
Any other questions from the committee? So I do have a couple of questions, Eric, and I see we're running up against time. So do you have to get away for your 1 o'clock meeting?
Can you just give me 1 minute to check in and I'll be right back.
Okay, so why don't we all mute ourselves for 1 minute and he'll be right back.
Senator, I'm back.
Okay, that was very quick. So
Eric, what's the update on your schedule? Do you still have your 1 o'clock?
Well, I just explained to my boss that Seth Berry and Mark Lawrence need us up in Augusta, and they said, do whatever you got to do to take care of the folks in Maine. So
okay,
I'm here.
Good. Well, I appreciate that. If you don't mind, then what I'm going to suggest is that we keep going. And as people have to jump on and off, they jump on and off. But I'd like to get through because you can see from the amount of questions you're getting, you're a very important person for us to talk to. Okay, so I do have a few questions, and let me put my video back on so I can be seen, both seen and heard. I've been trying to follow along on a couple of different things. So mine are a little bit more basic questions in my understanding the structure of ISO New England. So are you created by federal statute? Is that how you're created and given your authority?
So it's a little bit different from that. The ISO was an entity that was created in the late 1990s with input from the New England states. The Public Utility Commissions in particular had a role in the formation of the organization. NEPOOL was involved in the formation of the organization. And New England as a region presented a proposal to FERC to form ISO New England. And at that time, it stood for Independent System Operator. That was also our name. FERC approved that concept. And then we were given the 3 types of responsibilities we discussed: operations, a wholesale market development, and then system planning over the next 3 or 4 years. So your
authority comes in from FERC, and FERC has enabling legislation from the federal government that allows them to grant this authority to you.
That's correct.
Okay, good. And are you an organized entity? Are you a corporation, an LLC, a non-for-profit, not-profit? What are you?
So we are an independent, not-for-profit corporation.
Okay.
We are a Delaware chartered corporation, and we fall within Massachusetts as a educational charitable entity.
Yep.
That's sort of the category that they put us in. So we are registered with the Attorney General's office in Massachusetts for those purposes.
So you are not essentially a governmental organization, though you're a separate not-for-profit given authority to do certain things by FERC.
Correct.
And how are your board members appointed?
So we have 9 board members. Their profiles are on the website, and I'd be happy to provide a link to the committee. So as I mentioned initially, the states and NEPOOL were involved in the creation of the original board of directors. We've always had 9 members, and then our CEO, Gordon Van Wheely, is a member of the board, but he's a non-voting member. So there were 9 voting members of the board. Currently, there's a joint nominating committee, or the JNC. So the board makes the final determination on the slate of candidates for the board, but the joint nominating committee identifies who the candidates are. And we work with a search firm that identifies candidates based on the qualifications that the board is trying to fill. And so within New England, the states have a seat on that JNC, and NEPOOL has multiple seats on the JNC. That goes back probably 10 years at least. And whenever there is a vacancy on the board, the JNC is convened to screen those candidates and make recommendations to the board, which then makes those determinations.
So you are what's called a self-appointing board. Your board appoints replacements, but there is a nominating committee where the state has input on who those nominees are. Is that correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's some might say it would be self-perpetuating, because it's not really the board wholly by itself. There is this nominating committee that supports it. And so, for example, one of our most recent additions to the board, Mark Vinoy, had been a regulator. Of course, you know Mark, and he went through that process, and the states provided input. The 6 states said they, endorsed him as a candidate for the board, and then he was just one example of the types of people who have been selected. But they have a range of experience. Some are regulators, some have experience with transmission planning, economics, finance, human resources. It's kind of the range of expertise you would need for a large organization.
Yep. And I'm just trying to get an understanding how you operate. So it sounds like the states do have some input and the ability to recommend or weigh in on who the nominees are, but ultimately it's the ISO board itself that finally approves the nominees, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're all private employees, you're not state or federal employees, okay?
Correct.
Good, so that helps me understand. Probably a lot of the other committee members knew this already, but I just needed to get some kind of foundation in this. And I have just 2 requests in your presentation as you go along. If you haven't got it in this slideshow, if you could show us a picture of the big board, because that helped me a lot conceptualize what ISO New England is and how it operates. And then I want you some time to explain this app. We have ISO New England app on our phone, and explain, I've encouraged committee members to see this and explain what they're seeing and what it means. You don't have to do that right now, but in the course of your presentation, if you could address those things, that would be great.
Okay, well, Senator, I always wait to promote the app until the end of the presentation because they start downloading it and then they don't pay attention to the presentation.
Right, that's fine. And I have it and I need some explanation of what it is and how it works.
Okay, that sounds great. So in this deck, I don't have the big board, but I would be happy to provide a picture to you. So when you come on, we'll assume when you come on site to the ISO, we'll take you to see the control room. And it's essentially, if you think about a large billboard that you would see on the highway, 15 feet tall, 60 feet wide, that's digital, you put that inside the ISO, and that's what you're looking at. And it's a geographic representation of the transmission system. And you can see every major transmission line, every major generator, and then the major transmission substations for the region. You can see the flow of power, if it's coming from Maine into New Hampshire and Massachusetts, or if it's coming in from Quebec. You can see how much wind is on at any time. You can see how much we have in reserve. You can see, is there lightning activity in the region that would affect the transmission system? So there's a large amount of weather and operational data that's flowing in to the control room, and the operators are using that to dispatch the system to make sure we have the lowest price resources and that we can sort of survive whatever contingencies might happen on the grid.
Well, that would be good at some time if you could provide an image of that, because it helped me to physically kind of conceptualize what ISO New England is.
Yep. Happy to do that.
And I apologize for delaying you. Let's get back to your continuation of your presentation.
Okay, sounds great. So a couple more slides just to think about the transmission side. We mentioned transmission investments for reliability, and to Senator Representative Berry's question about transmission costs, all of those reliability upgrades show up in all of our bills. We share that cost. The transmission that's being proposed to bring clean energy or renewable energy onto the system has a different category. We call that elective transmission, meaning it's not needed for reliability. It's meeting some other objective. Those costs are not shared across the region. Those costs need to be factored into the project and the sponsor of a project. So if you're selling power from, let's say, Quebec to Massachusetts and you're building transmission, along the way, whoever's buying the power is factoring in the cost of that transmission. So that's what you're seeing on this slide. Predominantly, you could bring power into the load centers from Maine, onshore wind, offshore wind, or hydropower. Those are the types of things we see. There's about 15 variations on these concepts that have been under study at the ISO. The New England Clean Energy Connect is just one example of those projects, but there are others. And I guess the takeaway here is that the ISO doesn't pick which projects move forward. The ISO in that case is only identifying whether that project could interconnect to the transmission system reliably. But the developer and the sponsor are making the decision that they want to build that project, fund that project, and get it through any of the siting and permitting requirements that it would need. When we think about the transition of resources in New England, we've seen significant retirements already. Over 7,000 megawatts have retired since 2013, and you can see sort of the categories here. And we expect that there will be another 5,000 megawatts of coal and oil, which we would say are at risk. They don't run very often. If your capacity factor is less than 1% a year, if you're a manufacturing business, you probably might question whether you're going to stay in business. And so we see these plants that run very few hours in the year as at risk for retirement. So at some point, the system is going to transition to a world where it's nuclear power, gas-fired generation that is ramping up and down, and then primarily offshore wind, solar, and imports to power the grid. Most of these older fossil plants will be gone. So stepping back to think about the sort of what you need, we've talked about transmission. We believe we have a robust transmission system. And then looking to integrate these clean energy resources, we've begun some transmission planning with the states. This came at a request from the New England States Committee on Electricity, or NESCO. Maine has a manager who sits on the board of managers for NESCO. The chair of the Public Utility Commission, Phil Bartlett, is the NESCO manager. And so they asked the ISO to look beyond our 10-year horizon and figure out what would it take to integrate large-scale clean energy and distributed resources. So we have a study that's underway. We finished scoping it with the states, and it's looking at the 2050 timeframe, and as well as some interim years. So from a reliability perspective, we think we're solid. We're on a good path for looking at the transmission the states believe they will need for integrating clean energy. So the other two categories of what a system needs is you need balancing resources. We've talked about that. So when the sun's not shining and the wind's not blowing, you need resources that can move up and down to meet the demand for electricity. At the same time, you need an energy supply chain that's robust, and that's a risk that we have right now. That factors into the winter outlook that we identified for this year. And the region really needs the ability to call on stored energy supplies. And we've shifted to just-in-time fuels for natural gas in many cases. And we know the characteristics of wind and solar right now is that they're not developing projects with the ability to store all of that energy. So the region will need to develop that capability. There is a lot of interest in the region in hydrogen as a potential for us energy to power the grid in the future. We don't see that commercially connected to the grid yet, but I think that has some good possibilities for New England. So shifting to the winter outlook, I'll just pause, Mr. Chairman, to see if you had any other questions on that last section. And I realize you may be.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, why don't you go ahead?
Okay. So every year the ISO does an outlook for the coming season. We do this for the summertime, which is the peak period of the year. We use more electricity in summer by far than we do in the winter. Most of that is because if we get a heat wave and everybody's running air conditioning, that drives up the demand for power. Our all-time peak is about 28,000 megawatts in the summer. Our all-time winter peak is driven by extreme cold weather, and that's about almost 23,000 megawatts. Now, we have not been very close to those record numbers for many years, and the biggest contributor there is the development of energy efficiency at the state level, which has reduced demand not just during peak, but all hours of the year. So we use a lot less electricity as a result of state and utility investments in energy efficiency, but we still have challenges in the winter. So put out our outlook for the winter, and I'll walk you through that. We do expect that peak demand under what we think of as average winter conditions to be just under 20,000 megawatts. And if it gets really cold, if we see temperatures around 5 degrees versus 10 degrees, that demand will grow. We'll use more electricity in that time frame. Those numbers still are well below the 23,000 megawatts we've seen for record demand in New England during the winter. Now, this was developed in December timeframe. One of the inputs is we gather weather data, and NOAA had predicted a milder than average winter for New England. And certainly in the December timeframe, we saw that it was considerably warmer than normal. Of course, now we're getting into much colder weather, but we did expect that in the winter outlook, if we see this NOAA forecast play out over the course of the winter at these load levels, that we would have adequate resources to meet the demand throughout the winter season. And we looked at a couple of other scenarios as well, and some of the variables that affect our outlook. So thinking about natural gas pipeline infrastructure, that system, that network of pipes coming into the region, was designed, built, and essentially paid for by firm customers. So the local distribution customers have an expectation that they will have gas under all circumstances. They build that system for what they call a design day. The system was not designed to serve both the LDC heating load and the power generation in the region. So in the summertime, there's no heating load, and the gas-fired generation is able to use that excess capacity to operate. But in the wintertime, we have a very efficient fleet of gas-fired power plants, but most of them are not running on pipeline gas when the pipelines are full. So they have to shift to other sources. So that could be a facility that has an oil tank in reserve and they become a dual fuel plant, or they may have an arrangement with an LNG supplier where they're drawing gas from the pipeline, but the source is not coming up from Canada and through New York. It's coming as an import from either the District Gas facility in Boston or the Canada Port facility in New Brunswick. So main takeaway is heating customers have priority on the pipelines, and the generators, which do not pay for firm gas, only take gas to the extent there's any left over. We also look at the storage levels, and coming into the winter, we did observe that oil inventories were lower than in recent winters, not dramatically, but noticeably. And we saw similar information for LNG. Now, one of the challenges for the ISO is the electric system operators. We don't have any control or authority or jurisdiction over the fuel side for these plants. We can create markets to provide incentives for resources to make those fuel arrangements, but we don't always have perfect visibility on what the LNG capability is in the Canaport facility up in New Brunswick. We do have visibility in what's happening at the district gas system, but we really have to kind of go looking for that information. It's not sort of embedded in our systems naturally. We have to work closely with the pipelines and those suppliers to gain access to that information. There are also emissions restrictions that could affect plants. So if you are a gas-fired plant that switches to oil, but then you burn a lot of oil because it's really cold and the gas is really expensive, you could bump up against emissions limitations, which typically are set at the state level. And so that becomes a constraint on the system. In emergency situations, we've seen owners of those power plants, they would go to their state environmental regulator. They may ask for some flexibility on those permit restrictions. And typically the states would reach out to the ISO and ask us just to affirm that this is fuel burn that's needed for reliability to keep the lights on, and not necessarily just so that a plant could arbitrage between gas and oil in the market. And I did mention weather, but just because we have a prediction of above average temperatures, we've seen that in the past where then we get into a really deep cold snap in the region. So those risks really are something we're subject to throughout the winter. So thinking about our outlook, we put it into three categories. If this winter conditions are similar to last winter where the weather was mild, we don't expect that we would have operational problems. We could meet the demand for electricity without having to move into our operating procedures for emergencies. So that was sort of the best case scenario. In the middle of the chart, if we think back to the 2017-2018 winter, we had a 2-week cold snap, really cold weather. We expect that we may need limited emergency procedures, and those would include calling on the public for conservation. The sort of more difficult scenario is if we think back to what we saw in winter 2013-2014, where temperatures were well below normal with multiple cold stretches. At that point, if we saw those conditions, it's much more likely that we would have to implement all of the available emergency procedures, calling on customers to conserve in an urgent way, but also the potential for having to direct the utilities to disconnect from customers if we simply don't have the fuel to run the available power stations in the region. Now, there's a couple of qualifications here. We assume that there were no significant generation or transmission outages and that fuel replenishment was limited. We plan the system so that coming into the peak in the winter, as well as the summer, that all generation maintenance has been completed and they should be ready to go. Same with the transmission system. We have seen some fuel replenishment this year, not in a big way, but that is a big factor. So as oil plants draw down their inventories, if they can replenish that oil, that is a very valuable situation for the system operator. And if we think back to the February timeframe, which really drove a lot of heightened interest around winter contingencies in February 2021, very cold weather sat over the middle of the country. Texas had outages on their system. Firm customers lost power. It was a pretty catastrophic situation, as folks understand. One of the biggest distinctions between New England and Texas is that while we have gas-fired generation operating in both systems, the plants are essentially winterized in New England because they're used to operating in very cold conditions. So the temperatures and the weather that hit Texas probably would not have had the same impact in New England just because of the types of equipment and weatherization that is available here and part of those equipment packages. But we do continue to be vulnerable. So thinking about the scale of that weather pattern, if that had shifted to the east and sat over the East Coast, at the same time, New England might have been having challenges. It's quite likely that Quebec and New York, our neighbors, would have the same challenges. So can you count on your neighbors to send you power when they might be experiencing record cold as well? So that's always a challenge. Having those interconnections is very valuable, but it doesn't mean there's an unlimited supply of available energy when you need it. So thinking about the preparations that we typically do, I mentioned looking at the outlook. We do a forecast. How much demand do we expect under different scenarios? We meet with every power station in the region and make sure we understand what is their capability. We do a great deal of inventory checking. They have to report into us what their inventories are on a regular basis. We do a briefing with all of the government officials in the region. So you can think of the Public Utility Commission in Maine as one of the folks who is participating in that briefing. We share the winter outlook. We share our operating procedures, the emergency procedures, and what we would have to do to balance supply and demand if we got into an emergency situation. What's relatively new is we've created a forecast that looks out 21 days, so 3 weeks into the future. This was put in place after the winter of 2017, 2018, and New England was really kind of on the edge for reliability. We had a lot of extended cold weather. We were drawing down the inventory of the oil facilities very quickly, and we probably had used more oil in 2 weeks than we had used in the previous winter. So we were concerned about that. Ultimately, the weather broke and the gas-fired generation was able to come back online and switch off of oil. But there are concerns. So this forecast really is a tool for the ISO to signal to the marketplace and to state officials if we see a problem in any hour in the next 3 weeks. So we do this forecast on a rolling basis. It's updated weekly during the winter. We typically put it out on Tuesday. So actually the next version of this will be out later this afternoon. We've done several iterations this winter. We have not identified any energy emergencies in this winter timeframe. But it's helpful for us to be able to identify when we see a potential problem rather than waiting for the problem to be right upon us. And then you have to call public officials or governors and ask them to make preparations for emergency actions. So this is designed to be more of an early warning system for those problems. We've historically made conservation appeals in the summer when we have a sort of shortage of a capacity to meet peak demand. In the wintertime, we have not made many appeals, but we think if people were to turn off necessary lighting, unplug electronic devices other than your cell phone probably, adjust your heating, there's a lot of reduction that we could make as a region to bring that demand down and potentially avoid the need for emergency action. So we've briefed the states on this. We briefed the council, state governments, and I think some of the main legislators may have been a part of that briefing back in December 6th. Mr. Chairman, I'll just pause there. That's the end of the update for the winter. There's a number of resources that describe that in more detail on our ISO New England Newswire, which is more of a general purpose, it's a non-technical description, but I'd be happy to take any questions on the winter.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Are there any questions from the committee?
On my Zoom. So Seth, are you comfortable chairing right now?
I am, but Either way is fine.
Okay, I just am on another call, so if you could share for a little bit,
Yep.
and then I'll be right back to you.
You got it.
Thanks.
Mr. Johnson, I don't see any questions at this time. So if you do have additional slides, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, sounds good. So we'll transition to sort of thinking about this clean energy future. And really, energy storage is the challenge that we as a region are going to have to solve. We do have access to hydro storage in Quebec. It's limited. We have access to fuel supply for gas and oil, but as we mentioned, we use less oil and coal, primarily oil, than we did years ago. So the supply chain for that has contracted. You can't just order up oil deliveries the way you could back when it produced 20% of the fuel in the region. So these plants are still very important in the region, but the supply chain to support them is only going to contract further over time. So those are the resources that we have now, but we also think about what's coming. And obviously offshore wind is very much on the horizon for the region. As we mentioned, there's multiple proposals to bring additional power in from Quebec, but each of these projects really is years away from producing power to the system. And I don't have to describe the development challenges there, but they're not unique to any project. And finally, we're going to need balancing resources on a grid scale as we become more dependent on wind and solar. Now, there might be some big new technology that emerges in the queue at some point. So we'll look at more than just wind and solar, but we certainly know the intermittent and variable characteristics of those resources. I'll just highlight that we develop forecasts for both of those technologies on a daily basis. So we know how much wind is installed in the region, and we can do a forecast of the weather and calculate how much energy we would get out of those wind farms, both for the onshore projects and the one offshore farm. And we're also doing that for solar. And for solar, that's really important because most of the solar that's deployed in New England today is behind the customer meter. So the ISO doesn't actually see the output of the individual solar projects. If you have solar on your roof or on your business, that looks to the ISO more like a variation in your demand for electricity. So we don't have it metered directly. And what we have to do is work with the states to figure out what incentives have they put in place, who signed up for those programs, and then we do a forecast of what that rolls up into regionally. We do that on an annual basis, but then within each day, we look at the weather, we look at the cloud cover, we look at what we know is installed, and we have to develop a forecast based on the best available data that we have of what those solar panels would produce. And of course, that would affect the amount of resources that we'd have to bring online from typically gas-fired generation in the region. So we do face some energy security challenges as we're going through this energy transition. I won't dwell here. The presentation that I will share with the committee afterward has an appendix that lists a number of the studies that are underway at the ISO. One of them is the Future Grid Initiative, and this is essentially a request from our stakeholders, NEPOOL, with input from the states. And they asked in the 2040 timeframe, looking at the types of resources that the states are driving out into the system, into the market. Do we have the transmission system? Do we have the resources? Do we have the markets that we would need to operate that system in 20 years? And so that study is underway. We've started to see some results of that. And in the early part of 2022, we will be issuing a report. I think that might be of interest to the committee. And we'd be happy to come back and present some of those findings. So that's the Future Grid Initiative. It's, again, looking at transmission. It's looking at, do we have enough reserve resources, the ancillary services that you would need to ramp up and down to balance renewable energy and distributed resources. I'll just put in a plug for the Consumer Liaison Group, which is designed to be sort of a non-technical forum for folks who might not be able to participate in the long list of NEPOOL technical committee meetings, but may want to understand what's happening at the regional level. These meetings are virtual now, but they tend to rotate around the region. We've been in Maine for this, and we've always been fortunate to have state policymakers and regulators participate in those discussions. So you might want to just share this information with the folks there who might be interested for our March 10th meeting. And as soon as the topic is set for that, we'd be happy to make that available. And finally, I know Senator Mark Lawrence is back. He asked about the app. So the ISO—
I came back just for this, Eric.
I believe that. I believe that. So the ISO has access to a lot of data, and what we've heard from our customers and states and stakeholders is they want lots of data, but they want it in a format that's easy to use and easy to follow. So we created ISO Outlook Express, which is a separate portal on our website. You can look at the fuel mix for the system. You can look at the demand. You can look at the wholesale price and lots of other data. You can look at our forecast for solar. And then we created ISO To Go, which is a mobile app. We're multiple versions into this. And I think it's a great resource if you want to see at a snapshot what the prices are in those zones that we talked about for New England. You can see what is the price at the wholesale level for Maine relative to the rest of the region. You can watch what's happening with electricity demand during the course of the day relative to our forecast. You can also see what the fuel mix is at any given point. That's essentially real-time information. So it's available through the ISO website, but we know people live on their phones these days. So we wanted to make sure that data was available in a mobile platform. So certainly recommend downloading the ISO To Go app. There's also a news feature in there. So if the ISO puts out some information on our website or in the Newswire feature, you can follow some of that information through the mobile app as well. There's other ways to track this information. Another non-technical source is the ISO Newswire, and designed to be a forum for the public. The press follows that pretty closely. A lot of feature articles. There's a great article about the new 21-day forecast that we've developed, which is the, as we mentioned, the early warning system for problems during cold weather. And
so, Eric, what is this I'm looking at right here? It's the left picture on your screen. Is that the wholesale price?
Yeah, let me pull this up. Yeah, so on the ISO To Go app, there's a couple of options on the pricing app. You can look at the price map, and you can look at the real-time price, or you can click the day-ahead price. And we run a real-time market, which if you push real-time, those are the prices right now. The electricity price at the wholesale level in Maine is $149.09. That's pretty high relative to what it is over most of the year, but it's cold, so we're bringing on lots of resources. The day-ahead prices are the prices that we're establishing in the market for tomorrow, but this would be the price that was identified yesterday for the current day. And I'd be happy to come back. We can explain a little bit more about those differences, but most of the energy is traded in the day-ahead market in New England, and you can think of the real time as more of a balancing market. So if you made a commitment as a generator to sell in the day-ahead market, let's say 1,000 megawatts, and then you produced 1,000 megawatts, you're all set. But if you committed 1,000 megawatts and you could only produce 800 for some reason, you're on the hook for that other 200 megawatts. You would have to pay whatever the real-time price is for that difference. Okay. So that's why we administer two markets.
And the demand chart, that just essentially shows the New England demand during the day, during the last 24 hours?
Correct. It's on a daily profile, And it's showing two things. The blue line is the forecast. We put that out every morning about 8 o'clock. And that's for the entire New England system. And you can see there's sort of a ramp up early in the morning, and then it peaks, and then it dips down, and then it ramps up in the afternoon. And then it ramps down in the evening. The ramp in the afternoon is pretty steep in the winter, you might notice.
Yeah.
That's because all the solar arrays are shutting off and everybody's going home and turn the lights on and turn the TV on and cooking. So
Yeah.
there's a steep ramp in the afternoon. That's what you're seeing there.
And the zones, if I click on Maine as a zone, that just shows me essentially a 12-hour period, what we've been paying over that 12-hour period.
So the zone will show the 8 pricing zones for New England, 1 for Maine, 3 for Massachusetts, 1 for each of the other states. The hub price is sort of a New England wide price without any congestion. And then the main price would be whatever the price is currently, or if you select the time series chart, you can see what it is over the course of the entire day.
Okay. I see Representative Berry has a question, so I don't want to dominate. Go ahead, Seth.
Thank you. Eric, can you help us understand where capacity payments, capacity prices are explained or reflected in the ISO2Go app?
So this app is really only looking at the energy market on a day ahead and real-time basis. So the capacity market price would not be factored in to this particular device. We post that in other places on the website, and I'd be happy to provide a chart that shows what the capacity prices are for the region, but it's outside of the data in the app.
Great. And just to elaborate a little bit, when we look at the ISO2Go app, we might have a sense of what we're paying, as compared to what Connecticut is paying, or compared to what we were paying a few hours before. But what else besides capacity is not reflected? What other important components of our retail bill are not reflected in that chart that we look at on the app?
Well, there's the cost of the ISO itself. So our operational budget on an annual basis is about $180 million. And that's to run the Holyoke facility and the backup control center. That's a cost that FERC approves. We put a filing into FERC. The states, we have a process to go through and review the budget multiple times throughout the year with the states. They provide input. They always provide written comments to our board of directors as input. And then the costs are then allocated to the utilities in the region, which then recover those costs through their customers. The ISO doesn't direct bill to any end use customers. Our customers are essentially generators, suppliers, and load serving entities in the region. So you've got energy, you've got capacity. We talked about transmission, the ISO costs. Those really are the major categories that roll up into wholesale market cost. But when you're thinking about wholesale, this is not the price that any customer is paying at any given point in time. So, we might be kind of wonky looking at these wholesale prices, but your constituents are not paying this if they are a retail customer of, CMP, for example. They're paying a rate that the PUC is set for different customer classes throughout the year. We do have some commercial industrial customers that buy wholesale, and so they would be looking at these prices very closely. But they're looking at a lot more data than just what's on the app.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chair.
Go right ahead.
Our constituents are paying for the cost of the retailer. Typically, it's the standard offer provider. They might have a competitive energy provider, but the cost of that retail activity So the sort of middleman activity, if you will, that's there, and the cost of the distribution network and the regulatory apparatus at the state level as well. Would you agree? And am I missing anything important?
Well, you're right. There are sort of wholesale and regional system costs, and then there's all of the distribution costs, which are outside of our system, but certainly show up on the customer bill.
Mm-hmm. Great. And one last question is, as we look at the supply across the region and the types of resources that are currently serving the load, am I correct in understanding that distributed solar in particular, for reasons you articulated earlier, would not be reflected on the ISO2Go app? So there might be a little bit more solar than what you're seeing there because, you know, I might be using what I'm producing on site.
Right. We don't have perfect visibility on that capability.
But the overall installed capacity across New England for solar is?
We have right now we have about 4,000 megawatts, we estimate, region wide, which is really sort of a dramatic increase. We had about 40 megawatts in 2010. And now we have solar capacity, if it's all running at the same time, which is larger than our nuclear fleet. So it's a big number.
What percentage is that of the overall demand?
4,000 megawatts of installed capacity on a system of about 31,000 megawatts. And our forecast is that number will grow to about 8,000 megawatts over the next 10 years. So solar is probably the fastest growing resource currently. And then we expect wind will take off when those projects come online.
Great, thank you.
Representative Kessler.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine, Chris.
Okay, thank you. So I have two questions. One is about the ability to have better data as to what's going on the grid at any given moment. And we recently passed a bill to analyze and hopefully move forward with a universal data platform to look at the consumption of energy at all different levels. And there are also similar efforts underway in New Hampshire. That's where we sort of started modeling our bill that passed last year after. And I'm wondering if ISO New England is actively involved in helping states coordinate in creating a universal data platform that ISO New England is also able to use to help do your work as well.
Representative, maybe you could just elaborate, or I'd be happy to take this offline, on what information you're trying to develop that might not be part of what we put out onto the system, because I'm not familiar with that project.
Maybe it would be better to chat offline about it because it's still in the early stages, request for information stage with the PUC. So,
okay.
My second question was in regard to the forward capacity market. Do you foresee in the future natural gas playing a bigger role in being just in the forward capacity market to make up for the base load, as we discussed earlier, or how do you see that changing with natural gas fire plants or power plants?
Well, for the longest time, we did see gas as the dominant resource in the queue, and then it represented a significant share of the new generation that came forward through the forward capacity auction. But as the number of projects in the queue for gas have shrunk, we can't bring it through the capacity auction if it hasn't come through the queue in some respects. So we're not at this point forecasting what will go through the capacity market in the future. But there's also in parallel with the sort of operation of the forward capacity market, there's a pretty robust discussion about the sort of the broader market design and some of the rules that affect renewable resources that are trying to enter in the capacity market, clear in the capacity market. And we won't get into the detail here, but the concept is there's a minimum offer price rule that does affect certain resources that want to come online. Many of these are state-sponsored resources, and there's an active discussion with NEPOOL, ISO in the states, and FERC about those rules. And I think that will influence, the outcome of that will influence the types of technologies that come forward in the capacity market in future years. So I don't want to speculate at this point on how much new gas we'll get in the system, but I think we're going to see a transition of technologies in that market over time.
Thank you.
Great. Are there any other questions for Mr. Johnson at this point? I don't see any. Are you at the end of your presentation, Eric, or do you have more?
Nope. We figured we'd end with the app, and
so I don't think it's a lack of questions. I think everybody just kind of grind down after a long morning of figuring out what we have. So I'm sure we're going to have many other questions as we go on. But I see true to our reputation, Representative Foster just has a question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I had to step away and just came back. You may have answered this, Mr. Johnson, but on that app, is it safe to assume, for instance, today, when we see that a particular generation fuel is at a lower percentage, such as natural gas, that's because of the restriction on natural gas and having to heat homes. And also, for instance, hydro is lower than the high, 90% or whatever. And I assume that's because of lack of storage available for that generation. Is that true?
yeah, I would say clearly on the gas side, if we're at 42% right now and we're over 50% on an annual basis, those plants are running less, and we're running more of the coal and oil to make up for that because of those pipeline constraints.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we let Mr. Johnson go? So thank you very much for coming, Eric. This is very, very informative. And every time I listen to a presentation from ISO New England, I learn more and more. So I'm sure we're going to have you back again, and I'm sure we're going to periodically want to hear from you. We know who your representative up here is, so we can work through them. And when it's possible, speaking on behalf of the committee, I just know there are many members who would love to come down for another tour.
Yes, thank you. We'd be happy to have you, and Bill Ferdinand, who is our liaison in Augusta. I know he's accessible, but please call me directly if you ever need to reach out.
Okay.
Any of the members, thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. So we're going to sign off now for the EUT committee, unless somebody tells me there's something else we need to talk about. And then we are back on, I forget if we are on Tuesday, are we, Seth?
Thursday, yes.
Thursday, I mean. Lindsay, we're on. Can you give us a representation of the exciting things to come on Thursday?
Yes, on Thursday morning, you've got a presentation from Efficiency Maine Trust, and then we've got work sessions at 10 a.m.
And are they the sewer district bills and water district bills we dealt with?
That is correct.
Okay. So with that, thank you all for your patience today, and we'll see you on Thursday.